Mike chimed in with the haven't you people ever heard of closing a goddamn door? No. Is that emo?
Yeah,
I would say
absolutely.
Oh, it is emo.
Yeah.
Okay, that's what I said. And people were like,
tragedies. Yeah.
Even if some things aren't the standard emo, if it's like adopted by the emo culture, I feel like that makes it emo as well.
okay, let me see. Let me think. Is this emo? Is this emo? Stubbing your toe on the side of a chair.
No, that just sucks.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. I am going to video game myself. This is literally it. This is the point. This is why I don't, this is what it is. This is, you don't have any other fucking situation where you have a shit ton of cyber stalkers that get together, congregate in a fucking Reddit and like upvote this shit into oblivion out of fucking context. Look at this. Talk about my dad and shit. This crushing wind has got me down. Wish I could get out of this town. Wherever chatters go when I start to game. Surrounded but I'm so alone. I'm so well known but no one knows the isolation of this online fame. I chime in with a haven't you people ever heard of? Closing a goddamn door, trying to watch the band's Warped Tour in the state of Arkansas, and it's taking me back to Ohio. It's taking me back to where lovers go. And if I stub my toe, is it emo or does it just suck? That privacy is sacrificed. My every word is analyzed. The line between adoration and obsession. The constant chase for content. The shock of cruelty from faceless names. And if I fail, will they understand? And if I fall, will they lend a hand? Crushing weight has got me down. Wish I could get out of this town. Wherever chatters go when I start to game. I chime in with a haven't you people ever heard of? Closing a goddamn door, trying to watch the band's Warped Tour in the state of Arkansas, and it's taking me back to Ohio. It's taking me back to where lovers go. And if I stub my toe, is it emo or does it just suck? It just sucks. What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, fantastic afternoon, fantastic pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is Dawson, our broadcast, coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one, because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Saturday, fun day, ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs. Just wanted to get a start on the vibes of this wonderful day. I'm feeling a little emo, regardless of how sunny and a beautiful day it is here in California, Los Angeles. 74 degrees, prime basketball weather. You already know what's up. You already know what's going on. One more day till Oogie Boogie Bash, you know. Folks, this is the part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news. It is October 26, 2024, 11:25 a.m. Day 2 of the merch drop at ideology.shop. You already know, baby. You already know what it is. Woo! Cut the sleeves off this bad boy. I'm wearing a large capital race shirt. Day 2. Hawk Tua, Day 2. Speaking of Hawk Tua, we're going to be watching the Joe Rogan Experience later, of course, as you know. I ain't got no ladies to watch it with me, unfortunately, because, you know, I'm Mr. Dry. I'm Mr. Dry Honey. Sweet but still dry. that sort of thing. You already know. All right. Anyway, I don't even know what the fuck I'm saying. Listen, folks, this is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news about what's going on in the world of Hasan Abi. We're 10 days out from the election. That's because my coach is getting married right now, so he's not around. So I've been playing some b-ball instead. Now, if we're gonna be real, if we're gonna be honest, and I'm always gonna be honest with you, I have a message for you. Okay, it's from my TikTok. Okay, I posted a TikTok this morning. I want you to see it. Okay, because it's personal news. Turks in the chat will tell you if they think that's obvious a joke or not. Okay. Anyway, it's not a joke. All right. So, aside from Hell's Paradise, you're going to have Josh on about his new article. Who is Josh? What is his new article? But Epic Rap Battles of History dropped. Oh, we'll fucking watch the shit out of that. Oh, Edingermentum, Josh. Oh, yeah. What did he write? I don't know, but we'll look. Have you gone over Joe Rogan yet? Not yet. Joe Trogan, Joe Trogan. Don't you worry. We will watch it. Yeah. Personal news wise, this morning I woke up, went to go ball up, and let me tell you, okay? I went to go ball up, and let me tell you, shit did not work out well for me, okay? It did not. This was my experience, okay? You know how I always say you have to work out and improve yourself? And then if you work out, you're going to feel better, set goals for yourself, achieve said goals. You know, working out makes you physically fit, makes you feel better overall. It's a good thing, right? However, that discounts for the times when you go out there and you want to play a little bit of basketball, feel good about yourself, and then get absolutely destroyed all the way up and down the court, inside out, just to fucking feel horrible. So I just want to say my bad. Made me not want to ever play basketball again. Yeah, just kidding. You should still work out. I still feel pretty good. I got some sun. I worked out. I feel good. That's the message today. You know how I always say you have to work out and improve yourself? Why isn't your beard growing quicker? I mean, it's growing pretty fast. Did you say those words on purpose? What words? I'm on a train right now. It's not the fastest, but it's kind of fast. I see what Mal was talking about. Trains is devious work. Yeah, the immortal science of trains. I'm not gonna lie, I watched this muted when it came up on my For You page. Yeah, I got destroyed today. And it was not even, like, I wish I could say that it was, sometimes you get destroyed and it's not your fault and it's really angry. Right? It's a really frustrating situation. Other times you get absolutely fucking destroyed, eviscerated, and it's kind of your fault. Okay? That's it. And this was one of those days. Not only did my team not play too well, but also I normally can make up for that skill gap, and I was not able to make up for that skill gap today. So still put in the work, still feel good, got that cardio out of the way. How's your lower back? It's fine. Do you have prescription glasses? Yes. I cannot see without these glasses, unfortunately. So it is what it is. My goat is washed. Yeah, no, it's over. LeBron to the G League. I mean, Bronny to the G League, Hasan to the Z League. Okay. Who's your team? Randoms you found or other streamer memers? No, I play with like normal people. Problem with like the best part about public courts and public parks, which I love and I will always ride for, is that you get to be around like normal human beings with a collection of the most eclectic thoughts you have ever heard in your entire life. But that can also be a fucking problem. That can also be an issue. What I mean by that is sometimes those guys are fucking insane, and you have that as well. It happens. Do they recognize you? Yes. Some people do. Some people don't. I don't fucking know. Anyway, but yeah, Double rims are the worst on public parks. Keeps you sane from developing weird fringe theories when you mingle with the normies. Yeah, but also it just kind of makes you lose faith on. It kind of makes you lose faith on the planet, right? Like it's just. But yeah. Overall, folks, don't you ball with Ted Niv? Yeah, I do ball with Ted Nivison. Sometimes. But Themasius, thank you for the playlist. But yeah, when we'll watch the fall podcast, there already is 15 million views. Oh yeah, the Trump Joe Rogan, yeah. Give and take faith. The normies are incapable of deep callousness and unfathomable acts of kindness. Yeah, I mean, it's just sometimes you lose faith in your fellow man. Other times you realize that a lot of the shit that you see online that can like genuinely change your brain and the way you even view yourself, and certainly the way you view others, is just simply relegated to the online. So it is what it is. All right. Yes, I know I was on the streamer AI thing. They put me as Captain America. I know. I watched it yesterday. So, met a woman today and she says she's voting for Donald Trump because she liked him on Joe Rogan. Oh, hell yes. That is exactly what I'm talking about. That is my shit. That's exactly what I'm fucking talking about. What is this? What the fuck? This is so sad. This is America. K9 unit gave one of their canines titanium teeth caps to extend his service life. They were talking about shutting down a few elementary schools in my city because of budget concerns. That's crazy. We are such a fuck country, bro. Our priorities are so fucked. Don't lie, you injected that interview into your veins already. No, I've only seen like bits and pieces of it. And the bits and pieces that I have seen, the bits and pieces that I've seen of the interview was just like kind of Trump being desperate. You know? Trump was just desperate as fuck. He was just like, please endorse me. You won't endorse Kamala. You will never endorse Kamala. You hate Kamala. Endorse me instead. I love you. I love you. Please endorse me. Like, that's what it felt like. It was sad. It was kind of fucking sad, dude. When you find out your goat is washed. You know? But in any case, Saturday fun day is upon us. Let's freaking blast off. Jessica Tarkov got a freaking New York Times puff piece. That's my shit right there. Jessica Tarlov is the liberal that Fox News love to hate. And by that, they mean me. I mean, I don't hate her, though. I just love her. My goat, Jessica. New epic rap battle. This is going to decide the election, you know? Okay, I turned on my fucking Twitter, and the first thing I'm looking at right now is Tekken Cock. What the fuck is going on? It's two Tekken characters. They're fully nude. Nude Obama posted it. It is just right in front of my fucking eyes right now. That's crazy. Thank God I was full cammed on that one. That's crazy. Do you know the backfire effect? I expect you deal with it a lot. This article shows how some ways people can combat it. What? The backfire effect? Why facts don't always change minds? I mean, I know that every day. Every damn day of my life, I know that they don't do shit. Okay. All right. Joe Rogan, ex-Trump, interview, react, epic rap battles, Kamala, ex-Trump edition. This will. How does sizing run on the shirts? Well, I'm wearing a freaking large right now, if you want to know. Joe Rogan X Trump interview react epic rap battles Kamala X Trump edition. What else? What else? What else? Israel X Iran 10 days. 10 days until election. Bro, where'd you get that merch? It looks so cool. Thank you. That's for my that's hey. As for the daily merch flex, as you know, thank you. I got it at ideology.shop. Ideology.shop. It's American made, it's union made, and it is $35 on ideology.shop. Okay. We'll do spooky gaming today. I promise. 100p. No matter what. That's definite. That's definitely happening. Okay. Many people are understandably not in belief that it will happen. But it will happen. Say wallah, wallah, wallahi. Do it be farting though? Can you drop a link for the merch? Dude, it is going to happen. 100% going to hell. It's gonna happen, dude. It's gonna happen. It's gonna happen. It's gonna happen. Unless like full-blown conflict arises, which, you know, that's neither here nor there. It has happened in the past, but like this gaming frog wants Hasan to play the new COD campaign. It has zombies, so it counts as spooky gaming. Allah will strike you down if not, brother. Every damn day of my life, I am being struck down. You know, I am somehow simultaneously one of the most fortunate, most privileged people on the planet, and also my life is fucking an endless sequence of people. Like, think about the most annoying thing, right? What is the most annoying thing? When people like misunderstand you. Okay, the most annoying thing is when people misunderstand you. Now, think about having professional misunderstanders who are deliberately trying to get other people to actively say that you are saying the opposite thing of what you're actually saying. And when there's enough people and then there's enough hatred and there's enough motion on that side, people do end up believing that shit. And it's very frustrating. Okay? So it's like I'm cursed, monkey's paw type shit, you know? I'm both simultaneously the most fortunate, most privileged person on the fucking planet, and also simultaneously I got a fucking active community of psychopaths that are just like, yes, you are going to be well liked, you are going to be successful, but also you will be hunted. Like this, look at this. You will be hunted nonstop. People will call you a fucking terrorist every single day. They will work extra hard to deliberately misunderstand you. Anyway. Matt Walsh coping and seething about Ben Shapiro getting owned. Yeah. Yeah, it's great. It's good stuff. Y'all are calling that grown-ass man with a full beard and a voice deeper than Ben Shapiro a woman. That's it. That's perfect. That's a perfect take. That it's over at that moment. You know? Ben got mogged. Terrorist supporter. Yo, don't you guys get bored of this shit? Honestly, like, don't you? Is there a point where you'll get bored of this or what? Open image. Wait, what the fuck is this? Yonk, ox, yoink. Nah. Get new material, man. What is this? This is so funny. Okay, enough. I don't want to fucking. I don't want to do this anymore, dude. It's just like It sucks. It sucks. I don't care. It's a good day. This is a fun day. Okay? This is a fun day. I don't want to fucking, I don't want to, you guys are also like, I'm going to take ownership over this. Okay? I've definitely done way too much fucking drama myself. And I think because of that reason, because I've done so much fucking drama myself personally, that like chat is like primed towards that shit too. If you want to fight those battles, you can fight them on your own. You know what I mean? Or you can fight them as a community if you want. You know, don't let the fucking misinformation be spread. That's fine. But you don't have to take it in here. I'm taking accountability for letting it get a little out of hand here, you know? Because it's just, you created this cynical crowd. Wait, what? You just did it. You're literally doing it, and you're simultaneously saying you created us. Like, I'm taking accountability. You should too. Don't do it. I'm telling you right now. Enough. 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 We don't want to fucking, just bad vibes. Very, very, very bad vibes, you know? You know what's not bad vibes? Epic rap battles, okay? Epic rap battles of history. That's not bad vibes. That's good vibes. All right, let's see what this is.
Spokesperson and like friends with Hasan Piker. All I had to do was stand next to him.
You slammed it on like a Papa John's pizza.
And then on top of that, this man does not even follow me or know I exist or nothing. Like, and I remember the way that he smells very distinctly, but he has no like memory of me whatsoever. And I will never forget him. But he has no idea who I am. And the butterflies that I got in my stomach when I saw him.
We need to distance ourselves from him.
There was another scenario where somebody else also brought up like Hasan Piker. And like for me to give my personal input, I'm like, baby girl, I don't know how to tell you this. That man does not know who I am. That man does not give a fuck about me. And I give so much of a fuck about him, but I don't know that man. Like, I shook his hand and I remember the grip that he gave me so bad, but I don't remember anything about that. Like, suddenly
goddamn. Okay. I just logged into the stream and it's yet another Hasan glazing sesh. I know. Well, sometimes it'd be like that. Okay. Don't fucking cope and see too hard. Yeah. Fun day, second thought day. High grade glaze. Have you watched the Yakuza TV show yet? I haven't started it. I hope to God it's not bad. People said it sucks. People said it's not good. Apparently, whoever has the second verse in ERB has won the presidency. Kamala Harris went second. Every person that went second in epic rap battle of history went on to win the presidency. Shut the fuck up. Real talk, this ERB was ass compared to 2012, 2016, 2020 versions. Like, Kamala's verse wasn't that bad, but they didn't even try on Trump's verse, Lamau. Dude, I like the guy who seriously analyzes epic rap battles of history as a this is the most reliable tool. This is my 13 keys, okay? Step aside Alan Lichtman. This is my real 13 keys. My one key. Who gets the second verse? Who gets the second verse in ERB leading up to the presidency, okay? Joe receives concrete evidence the 2020 election was stolen. And it's coming in 2 weeks. Yeah. This is a really interesting story because Joe Rogan was on Lex Fridman apparently talking specifically about how he would never interview Trump. And it actually came with like a very important recognition of his own power, where he openly said, you don't understand the power that I have, or just in general, the power that like interviews like this have in revitalizing someone and rehabilitating their image, which is something that you would not have actually expected from the likes of Joe Rogan. Trump was actively trying to moderate Trump about Kamala not doing his show. Yeah. Maybe he fucking will hate him after all of this, when all is said and done. Who knows? So we'll do all of this. We'll get into it in a second. Jessica Tarkov, my queen. Scoop on Washington Post. from Jeff Stein, my goat, Mr. fucking sanctions reporter himself. Okay. Where is it? Apparently, Elon Musk launched his career working illegally. Palo Alto, California. Long before he became one of Donald Trump's biggest donors and campaign surrogates, South African-born Elon Musk worked illegally in the United States as he launched his entrepreneurial career after ditching a graduate studies program in California. This is something that we knew about already. Long-term Elon haters like this community has known about this for quite some time. We've talked about this before, except, this is interesting to have this finally be reported in Washington Post. But yeah, he was an illegal immigrant. That is true. He was a visa overstayer. Okay. Musk in recent months has amplified the Republican presidential candidate's claims that open borders and undocumented immigrants are destroying America, broadcasting those views to more than 200 million followers on the site formerly known as Twitter, which Musk bought in 2022 and later renamed X. Now, the problem is Elon Musk is the one rule. Elon Musk is the one rule that illegal immigrants ruin America. It's just one illegal immigrant that has actually contributed dramatically to the collapse of America, and that's Elon Musk. Other than that, every illegal immigrant is good, okay? Like virtually, pretty much every single one is good, except for this fucking piece of shit who ironically is also saying illegal immigrants are bad. So I don't know how to deal with this. But yeah, what Musk has not publicly disclosed is that he did not have the legal right to work while building the company that became Zip2, which sold for about $300 million in 1999. It was Musk's stepping stone to Tesla and other ventures that have made him the world's wealthiest person and arguably America's most successful immigrant. Yeah. I'm in support of deportations for one guy, one undocumented immigrant, and that's Elon Musk. .com bubble has made so many evil freaks rich. Oh, God, I know. Just like some of the absolute worst monsters have come out of the fucking .com bubble. It really sucks a fat one, dude. I wanted to see this. Our boy Mighty Keith, full support for him. He's one of the gaming like sketch makers that hasn't had his brain warped by DEI shit. And okay, Mr. Gamergate 2.0 will happen. Mr. Deadbeat, Mr. Divorce Champion here. Mr. Might have stolen titty milk at the Blizzard fucking compound. Grums is upset at him again, it seems. Sonic X Shadow Generation, Silent Hill 2 Remake, Metaphor Refantazio, Dragon Ball Sparkling Zero to an extent. Keith lies and destroys. Nobody said Sonic was going to fail. Everyone said the censorship was not needed. They always lie and try to score points by distorting what you said. Wait a minute. Are you spying on our boy in secret? He is. Okay, this is not as good as I thought it was going to be. But yeah, full support to Mighty Keith for all of his mighty endeavors in that space. Even his cartoon profile pic has a receding hairline. Yeah. Is this real? I don't think this is real. I can't check because I'm actually blocked by her. Also, yeah, when you get paid bi-weekly, week 1, week 2, ice soup. I don't think this is real, right? Like, there's no fucking way it's real. It's not. I checked. Yeah, there's no way. There's no way it's real. A friend sent me this. Now Jews can't shop for the kids' birthday presents without dehumanizing anti-Semitic symbols being shoved in our faces. When will this end? How is it anti-Semitic? I think it's a meme. It's like making fun of E-Fatlo. It's making fun of E-Fatlo. Right? Making fun of E-Fatlo. And all the times that she cannot believe herself. Are they doing this to win over young men? I don't know. This is not like... Why doesn't anybody listen to me? Like why? Why does nobody listen to me? Like, it's not like it's not like I can't, like AOC, you can hit my line. I'll tell you what to do and what not to do in terms of like this sort of stuff. I just, it is what it is. He's going to cook her so much. You're washed. That's why. I know. I am. I'm so washed. It's just funny because like, it's funny. People say I'm washed, except like, there has never been a repeat of the Get Out to Vote campaign that I put together with AOC. Like, it just has never happened. Now, obviously, that's because it was during COVID, but still, like, that was a one-off. You're kind of hot bad right now for the political cast. No, dude, you have to chat. I know we spend a lot of time on subreddits. I know we spend a lot of time on like drama, okay? These are content creators that you either react to, that you watch, it gets served to you on fucking YouTube. All of that shit is noise, okay? You need to understand. It is all fucking noise. That is as relevant as you make it. And I think most people need to recognize that. Most people do not fucking know or care about this shit. Okay? Will you be covering the election this year? Nah. Anyway. Did you see how Earl Sweatshirt said free Gaza? Yeah, I did. You need to cover the election, dude? I'm currently covering the election, dude. So, hold on. What is this? Governor Tim Walz in Pennsylvania. You don't get elected to bank political capital to get elected again. You get elected to burn that capital to improve lives. God.
I know the Vice President and all of you would agree to this, that elections are a means to an end. That end is a better society. And you don't get elected to bank political capital to get elected again. You get elected to burn that capital to improve lives and to partner together.
That's correct. That is 100% correct. That's absolutely what you're supposed to do. God damn, he's so fucking good. And yet, so not sometimes. You know? You're gonna watch the whole pod or just highlights? No, I'm gonna watch the whole pod, baby. So we can get this out of the way, the Israel-Iran stuff. I don't even feel the need to cover it that much. We already did yesterday when it was happening in real time, even though a lot of people got mad. But I guess we'll briefly get into it, okay? Before we get into some of the other shit. There was some superstar power baked into the campaigns yesterday. We'll talk about that as well in the latest and greatest. Which woman are you bringing on to react with you? We are not. We're not doing that. 3 hours equals 9 hours of Hasan time. No, I'm going to keep it fucking concise. Don't you worry about a dang thing, okay? Don't you worry about it, baby. Here, let's do the Israel-Iran shit real quick.
Iran's air defense trying to counter.
As you guys know, Israel in the process in this post-October haze, when it's doing a fucking genocide and starting 7 different fronts, opening as many fronts of war as it possibly can get to save its appetite for death and destruction in the region, had struck the Iranian embassy compound in Damascus. This is a violation of sovereignty for Iran. Iran retaliated by sending a bunch of drones over to Israel, said they were going to do it. Took like, it was basically like a nothing burger. Israel then retaliated with also a nothing burger style counterattack. And then since then, a lot of other shit has happened. Obviously, Israel assassinated a bunch of IRGC commanders, including diplomats. Israel then also assassinated Ismail Haniyeh, who is the who was at the time the leader of Hamas, the Politburo chief, like the civil governance affairs guy, not the gun guy, not the guy who holds a gun, right? He was actually the principal negotiator on the ceasefire deal that was going on. Israel assassinated him in Tehran, which also, again, another direct violation of international, another violation of Iranian sovereignty, right? So Iran said, we will retaliate to that. Okay, at a certain point, we are going to retaliate to that. And retaliate to that, they did. They waited. Israel killed a bunch more IRGC people, diplomats, Hassan Nasrallah, who is, of course, the leader of Hezbollah, General Secretary Hezbollah in Lebanon, and then invaded Lebanon. And then Iran did retaliate. Iran retaliated by striking 3 targets, 2 air bases in the Negev desert, and then the Mossad headquarters as well. The Mossad headquarters one, they didn't actually end up hitting, but they showed that they had the capability of sending missiles through not only Israel's air defense systems, the Iron Dome, which is for, like baby rockets and shit, bathtub rockets that Hamas sends over. That's not that significant. But also Arrows 1, 2, and 3, and David Sling, and numerous other American allied forces and their anti-missile systems, including but not limited to shit in Jordan too. So they were able to penetrate Israel's anti-ballistic missile defense systems, and that's a pretty significant escalation, I would say. It's a pretty significant marker that the dynamic has shifted quite dramatically. Israel lied about it, said, "Oh, you didn't strike any of the targets." Also, it's now illegal to fucking film the explosions. Don't ever do that. But we found out regardless that it was a pretty severe threat for Israel. So much so that Americans sent soldiers to Israel directly. 100 troops were deployed with THAAD, American anti-ballistic missile defense systems. And that's it. That's it. That's where we were at. Israel, of course, has been screaming bloody murder about this, wanting to fucking strike Iranian nuclear facilities. Israel wanted to... Wait, what? What do you mean illegal to film explosions? They were like, don't film the explosions. Don't film the explosions in Israel. It's a violation of national security. Okay? So, overall, where we were at yesterday is Israel retaliating to Iran because of the last barrage of missiles that came from Iran and struck Israeli targets that penetrated the Israeli security, Israeli anti-missile defense systems. So Israel had to retaliate, right? And Israel wanted to retaliate by striking Iranian oil refineries. Israel wanted to retaliate by striking Iranian nuclear facilities. And Iran basically said, if you hit our energy sector, if you hit any part of our energy sector, we will light the entire region's oil production on fire, right? We will destroy it. We will make it so that everyone is punished. And that is the real reason why the United States of America remembered that they are the big dog in the scene and told Israel, no, you can't fucking do that. You can't hit any of those targets. So Israel ended up hitting IRGC missile facilities last night. Some of those missiles were intercepted, it seems, by Iran, which was, I was, definitely a little bit surprised by that. But overall, Israel did the tit for tat and didn't do normal Israel shit, right? They didn't fucking destroy entire city blocks. They struck missile facilities. They kept their targets to a limited military capacity. Very interesting stuff. Israel does have restraint when America, the big dog, tells them, don't do that. So let's watch what happened.
After the Israeli strikes just before dawn. over 3 weeks since Iran launched ballistic missiles in the other direction. Yes, the attack was calibrated, designed so as not to provoke all-out war. But this was still the largest direct assault on Iranian soil since the Iran-Iraq war in the 80s.
I can now confirm that we have concluded the Israeli response.
By the way, this is always the classic thing where people go, our boys actually fucking lit it. They lit them up. We did it. Banger success. And then Iran will say, you got nothing. You barely even struck anything, right? Like, it's just a classic. Israel did this when Iran struck Israel. Iran's going to do this when Israel struck Iran. It is what it is, you know? Just remember that.
To Iran's attack against Israel. We conducted targeted and precise strikes on military targets in Iran, thwarting immediate threats to the state of Israel. The Israel Defense Forces has fulfilled its mission.
Benjamin Netanyahu and the Israeli defense minister being briefed in the wee hours during the strikes. Such are the levels of aggression in this conflict now that up to 100 Israeli planes involved in striking multiple sites in Iran itself is considered at this point non-escalatory. As was promised to the US, Israel says it didn't hit oil fields or energy and nuclear infrastructure, just military targets.
The long reason we're a little late, I was on with the intelligence community.
Damn, it seems like no matter how fucking old or decrepit our leadership is, they do have a capacity to restrain Israel, it seems. That's crazy, because, like, couple lessons that I'm noticing here, okay? One, contrary to popular opinion, contrary to what people think, America does have a say in what Israel gets to do and what Israel doesn't get to do. Seems like that is what is real. Now, you wouldn't notice that if you were to look at the past 12 months of genocide and the way that Joe Biden has been like, oh man, I'm so mad at Bibi. I'm so mad, Jack. I'm so mad. I'm going to convert him to Christianity. I'm going to have a come to Jesus moment for him. You know, saying all this shit. Turns out they do have that capability of restraining Israel. Okay. Now, the other thing that it shows me is that turns out Israel does have the capability of, escalating marginally only, only marginally, not to the same severity, not to the fucking same severity as their Lebanese incursion or as their Gaza genocide. So, like, it kind of feels like to me that, if there are any sort of penalties incurred by Israel or other partners in the region or the entire fucking global oil markets, for example, when Iran said we'll light the entire Gulf, oil refineries on fire if you hit our fucking oil refineries, all of a sudden, Israel does have the capability to keep it limited to fucking military targets. So I don't know. It's just like kind of interesting to me. Now, the reason why I'm saying all this is because, one, Israel gives everyone in the region no opportunity but to fight, okay? Israel teaches time and time again everyone that same lesson. You have to be able to fight back or else Israel will, kill all of your children, as they have done in Gaza. If you look at all of Israel's targets, if you look at the way it wages its quote-unquote war, the most defenseless people in Gaza that are under a belligerent occupier, the belligerent occupier being Israel, are absolutely destroyed, okay? The less you have defenses, the more your women and children die. Lebanon, similar story. They're having a harder time in Lebanon because Hezbollah has more military capabilities, okay? They're still bombing the shit out of Lebanon, but Lebanon's sovereignty, due to its security partnership with Western states, is very limited. They don't have anti-air defense systems, for example. Iran, on the other hand, is completely outside of U.S. periphery and therefore has anti-missile systems, has anti-aircraft capabilities, and is a full-blown sovereign nation state. So Israel's retaliation to Iran is much more limited than its retaliation to Gaza and its retaliation to Lebanon. If anything, not even its retaliation, but like significant escalation. So that's really interesting to see. I don't think there were interceptions. I follow a bunch of OSINT nerds. I haven't seen anything like that. My OSINT nerds were saying that there were some successful interventions. Now, interceptions, sorry, but it's neither here nor there, because the reality of the matter is Israel didn't do Lebanon shit. They didn't do the Dahiyya doctrine in Iran, if you noticed. Do you see what I'm saying?
The last half hour, 3.5 hours. It looks like they didn't hit anything other than military targets. My hope is this is the end.
First, let's look at the mechanics of the operation. F-15s and 16s take off from Israel in the early hours. It's understood that Tehran was given advanced warning through third parties, including Russia. During the week, military sites were hit in Syria, designed in part to clear the flight path to Iran. The attack started in earnest just before dawn.
I don't understand why Lebanon has less supposed sovereignty than Iran. I mean, it's an easy answer. It's because Lebanon still has, like, Lebanon is still within the periphery of the West and is not completely cast out, is not like under a rigorous sanctions regime, for example, and has security contracts with the likes of the United States of America. So when they have security contracts with the likes of the United States of America will send you some weapons, but it will also limit what kind of defensive capabilities you have. And that's the reason why Israeli fighter jets can, with much more ease, fly over Lebanese airspace and blow up targets in the middle of fucking Lebanon, in the middle of Beirut. That's it. Iran, on the other hand, has been forced outside of forced outside of the global marketplace by the West, specifically by the United States of America, and therefore has been forced to develop defense capabilities on their own. That's the difference. And if you don't have that sovereignty, what Israel and the United States of America is basically showing the world, the lesson that they're teaching is, if you align with us, but you're disposable, we will let you fucking die in the hands of Israel. We will let your children die. We will let your women and children die. We will let your civilians die. We'll let your infrastructure be crumbled when we see fit. This is a very dangerous lesson to teach every other country in the region. It is. It's dangerous. It's dangerous because if you can't full-blown pummel these areas and bring them to heel by doing ethnic cleansing campaigns like Israel is doing, and then let history run its course, there is always going to be resistance. Okay? There's always going to be resistance from these places because people are going to be like, well, you blew up my fucking house. I don't like you anymore. Okay? And that's not good. That's not good for stability in the region.
In 3 waves.
The first wave was probably to knock out the air defense systems, the Iranian defense systems. Then came the main attack on the different targets. And then came the third wave, improving the hits if there were any misses or additional.
Why they call Israeli attacks retaliatory? Isn't that a bit delusional? No. I think Israel's attacks on Iran were retaliatory, just like Iran's attacks on Israel were retaliatory. Like, it's tit for tat at that point. It's actually closer to a tit for tat campaign than the way that, like, Israel claims it has a tit for tat campaign between themselves and Lebanon. Now, of course, Israel started it, but it doesn't matter. But notice how different Israel and Iran's back and forth is in comparison to Israel and Lebanon. That's what I'm trying to explain. They are much more restrained, and even the big dog in the room, the United States of America, is forcing restraint upon Israel. Because if left to their own devices, Israel would absolutely fucking eviscerate Tehran. They would nuke them if they could. They don't give a shit. That's what they've been fucking writing about, Benny Gantz and everyone else. All the moderates, supposedly, all the liberals, supposedly, have been talking about, like, it's time to fucking light it on fire. It's time to kill the Ayatollah's regime, blah, 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 all this shit. But they didn't do that.
Secondary targets.
Tehran has said it has a, quote, duty to defend itself, with Iranian news sources reporting that 4 soldiers were killed, no further details being given. Iranian media outlets presented the attack as limited in scope, and the fact that Tehran is playing this down is telling. Here's what calibration looked like on the outskirts of Gaza City today.
Yeah. You notice the difference there? That's the other thing that Israel does all the time, by the way. Whenever they want to whenever they want to feel better about themselves, they'll just go back and fucking kill a bunch of civilians and children in Gaza too. That's the other side of it. They get mad, they go kill more people in Gaza, and they, it's just a repeat every single time. It's barbaric. It's disgusting. Israel wants the U.S. in a fight, in a war with Iran for them while they try to take over Lebanon beyond. I think that what America wants is for Israel to take up as much space as they possibly can. This is my analysis. Maybe I'm wrong. But the way I'm reading it is, I think America wants Israel to, within the limited constraints that they have, limited time that they have, take as much space as they possibly can and basically set the region under full tilt domination so they can move on to the actual enemy, the bigger enemy, which is China. Like, not even Russia. It's actually China. China is the main priority. China is the main target. They have been gearing the American population with anti-Chinese sentiment already for a very long time. And I think eventually that is the goal. That's what it is. It's like, let's pack this up. Let's redefine the region. Let's set new boundaries. Let's give Israel as much power as we possibly can to dominate the region in our vision. And then we move on to the real problem, which is China. Let's move on and fight the big dogs. That's the way I see it. And I don't like it. I don't like what I see, but I fear that that's what's going on.
A whole building destroyed as Israel pursues its stated aim of stopping Hamas regroup. At least 22 people were killed here, including Ishmael Mugat's wife and 3 small children. They are under the rubble. What you're about to watch, a father's hope died.
Sounds like U.S. isolated Lebanon government from Hezbollah for increased regional dominance. No, I think that America's sights on Lebanon is you're right. They don't want Lebanon to they don't want Hezbollah to have any sort of political influence over Lebanese politics, and the instability in Lebanon and the economic crash in Lebanon has caused Hezbollah to basically run the show. It's ironic because their lack of real security partnerships in Lebanon is part of the reason, is part of the problem. It's a unique predicament because the more you punish Lebanon, the more Hezbollah wins, right? If you don't like Hezbollah, you can't create a power vacuum in Lebanon. But if you don't have a power vacuum in Lebanon, and if you don't have economic instability in Lebanon, then Hezbollah might also take advantage of that security partnership and maybe even use the weapons that you're giving to Lebanon. And you can't have that either. So they're in a unique predicament because they just won't let any of these fucking colonial designs become full-blown sovereign nation states. If they were to do that and they were to tell Israel to treat everyone else as like a normal partner, including the Palestinians, then ironically enough, I think that they would be able to more effectively curb Iranian influence and Iranian intervention in the axis of resistance because there would be no need for resistance. But the problem is they don't operate that way because I think that Americans, and I look at this stuff as seriously as I possibly can. It's going to come across reductive, but I think that they still operate with like some resilient white supremacist attitudes where they think that these guys are barbaric and they can't be trusted. You know what I mean? So these guys are barbaric. These Arabs are barbaric. They can't be trusted. So we have to fucking... Wait, what? The daughter of the owner of LA Times said that the decision not to endorse Harris stemmed from her stance on the Gaza war. Oh my God, I'm eating crow today. Oh my God, I'm eating crow today. That's crazy. Oh my God, I thought it was like... Oh my God, I jokingly said LA Times and WAPO are based. They're actually refusing to endorse Kamala Harris over her Gaza policy. Wait, as in she's not pro-Palestine or not pro-Israel enough? Wait, hold on. A California native and resident of Los Angeles, Ms. Harris was not a unifying and inspirational generational figure, but in the board members' view, but also an important bulwark between Donald J. Trump and democratic institutions. Wait. They were unaware, however, that a different tone and more powerful group had been meeting the family. Dr. Patrick Son Xiang, the newspaper's owner, with far different plans for the newspaper's voice. This week, the biotech billionaire who had bought the paper in 2018 for $500 million acted on those plans with scant internal or public explanation, abruptly vetoing the plan endorsement, informing the board through an intermediary that the LA Times would make no recommendation in the presidential race. For days, the readers in overwhelmingly liberal Southern California speculated angrily about the decision that was widely regarded as favored to Mr. Trump and a vote of no confidence to Ms. Harris. Thousands of readers canceled subscriptions, but in a stunning statement on Saturday, his daughter, Nika Soon Xiang, 31, a progressive political activist who has frequently been accused of trying to meddle in the paper's news coverage, said the decision was motivated by Ms. Harris's continued support for Israel and its war in Gaza. Our family made the joint decision. Oh my God. I never in a fucking billion years would have thought, are my eyes deceiving me? What? We don't honestly believe that, right? Like, come on, dude, don't be naive. This was the first and only time I've been involved in the process. Miss Soon Xiang, who has no formal role at the paper, said in a statement to the New York Times, as a citizen of a country openly financing genocide, and as a family that experienced South African apartheid, the endorsement was an opportunity to repudiate justifications of the widespread targeting of journalists and ongoing war on children. Over the past 6 years, writers and editors have increasingly chafed at the interference. Dr. Soon Xiang, 72, and his family in the newsroom, where owners are generally regarded less proprietors with the right to impose their personal views as guardians of public trust. In January, Kevin Morita stepped down as executive editor after clashing with Dr. Soon Xiang over an unpublished article about an acquaintance of the newspaper owner, as well as other conflicts in the newsroom. Oh my God, every other fucking media outlet is going to come after these guys now. Even this New York Times coverage is like, the New York Times coverage is like, originally I thought that, they were doing the billionaires are interfering with the election. And that's what I thought too. This is very clearly a billionaire family endorsing Trump without actually endorsing him and disguising it in woke. Stop being naive. I don't know. According to his Wikipedia page, her dad tried to get a position in Trump's White House. So it could be, that could be the case. I'm still, like, that was my initial assumption. My initial assumption was this. These guys are billionaires, okay? And billionaires have a lot of contracts that they can get from whoever comes in the next administration. And they see that, like, it's a close race. They see that it's a close race. And I do remember this, which is why I thought it was like, which is why I would have never thought in a million years that they would actually fucking, that they would never actually take a stance like this. Taking that stance publicly isn't what you would do if you were that reason. There's plenty of shit they can lie about. I know. There's a lot of controversy and confusion over LAT's decision not to endorse a presidential candidate. I trust the editorial board's judgment. For me, genocide is the line in the sand. The temptation is to speak in muffled tones. Wait, this is her? I would love to have her on the broadcast. That's crazy. For my family, apartheid is not a vague concept. My father was an emergency surgeon at Baragwanath Hospital in Soweto. He treated students shot by the police during the Soweto uprisings, where 176 died protesting the brutal system of racial segregation. Both parties have plenty of billionaire supporters at the end of the day. They aren't necessarily going to go for Trump. No, there are. Okay, this is confusing. This is confusing because there is a lot of stuff that the LA Times did early on that I did not like. Okay. I am quite interested in finding out more. NPR says Washington Post and owners have too much business to lose if they endorse and piss off Trump. Yeah, I think that analysis isn't wrong. I can totally see there's no reason to woke jacket here. They're going to get more heat for saying it's over Gaza instead of saying they're pro-Trump. Yeah. She probably was completely removed from those decisions. Early on, it was probably the editorial board and not the owners. There are two people here, her and her father. It's confusing because it says the paper's board was ready to endorse. Okay. Here's what we do know. Okay. Here's what we do know. Oh my God, she's younger than me. That's crazy. First of all, that's insane. What the fuck? What is happening? What's going on? What is happening in this world? How is that I am so old? That's frustrating. That's a totally irrelevant, but still very frustrating fact to come to terms with. God damn it. I am 2 years older than her. How is that possible? What the fuck? I'm getting old. I'm getting old. I'm getting old. I'm getting old. Okay. I'm also ADD. I'm also so ADHD right now. What the fuck? I can't even focus. I can't focus. I'm an old man, and that's why my focus is gone. Let's get back to the story. Let's get back to the matter at hand. Nika is super based. Oh my God. Cinemarxism. A Cinemarxism endorsement for a billionaire's daughter that was the public safety commissioner that held a position in local office in Los Angeles. It's over. It's done. That's the most insane thing I've ever heard. I never in a million years would have ever heard Cinemarxism say anything remotely positive about anyone that has ever held local office ever. This person must be like a Maoist or something, okay? This gives me hope. Whenever I hear people that are in like, that come from, you know, relatively wealthy families or people who are pretty wealthy themselves have these sorts of remarkable opinions that are so unheard of in places of power. It actually gives me a little bit of hope. Seeing my favorite documentarian / anarchist anti-cop Los Angelino endorse this person is shocking. Now I trust everything that she has said. Okay. What the fuck? Nika is just covering for her Trump supporting dad. Except for his precious baby girl. Not that she has done shit. I don't know. This is funny because the coverage of the LA Times and every single newspaper in the US has painted dissent against the war as criminal. That is true. That is like not wrong. That is literally not wrong. If she like, that's why it's shocking. Oh, wait, hold on. Shit. Let's get back to this Iran retaliatory situation, and then I'll continue covering this LA Times story in a second. I just got to deal with something real quick.
This area is between Gaza City and Jabalia, outside the Israelis' evacuation zone there. A boy watches the bodies of people he knows being pulled out.
ليش بتعيط قاعد؟ ليش بتعيط انت؟
If every soul is a world of its own, in Gaza, whole galaxies are dying. Over the last 4 weeks or so, myself and colleagues have been reporting live from Israel here about this upcoming retaliatory attack on Iran. And the big question was always, would Benjamin Netanyahu stick to his promise to Joe Biden of just striking those military sites, thus reining in the possibility of an all-engulfing regional war? Well, tonight it appears that that is what he has done. He has stuck to that promise. Such is the twisted parallel universe of this conflict that a strike of this size can happen and still the world lets out a sigh of relief.
Porrick in Tel Aviv, thank you very much indeed. Well, earlier I spoke to the Iranian academic Mohammad Marandi from the University of Tehran, who was close to the Iranian leadership. I began by asking how he thought the government of Iran might respond to Israel's strike.
Yeah. Even if her dad actually made this decision in a pro-Trump fashion, it is very cool that she's now cooking him a little bit and simultaneously associating this like massive media coverage worthy decision with a pro-Palestinian anti-genocide moral position. This will absolutely change the dynamic a little bit. Still worth mentioning that it's overall a net negative because that means the editorial team of a major newspaper is actually in the pocket, but a billionaire's daughter got in the way. She might be the only exception to an overall unfortunate situation. No, I agree. I would love to talk to this person. I would love to get in contact with this person. I'd love to talk to them. They seem fucking dope. So, you know. So let's get back to the story. So in January, Kevin Morita stepped down as executive editor, clashing with Dr. Sun Xiang over an unpublished article about an acquaintance of the newspaper owner, as well as other conflicts in the newsroom. Just a few weeks later, the publication carried out its most widespread layoffs in more than a decade, cutting 115 journalists in a move that slashed the newsroom by more than 20%. But the dispute over the endorsement echoed 2 days later when the Washington Post announced that it would also not make an endorsement in the race. prompted urgent new questions about what had motivated the decision. Speaking this week on the cable news outlet Spectrum, which regularly carries Los Angeles Times content, Dr. Soon Shong was asked about a possible political motivation. I want us desperately to air all the voices on the opinion side, on the op-ed side, he said. He said he did not know whether readers viewed him or his family as ultra-progressive or not, but I'm an independent. In an interview with one of his own reporters on Friday, Dr. Soon Shong said that his stand was not based on any single issue, nor did he intend by withholding an endorsement to favor either Ms. Harris or Mr. Trump. We should be an organization that stands up and says the facts, presenting views across the political spectrum, he said. I think that the country needs that desperately. Several senior editors of the Times said they were not briefed on the reasons for Dr. Soon Shong's decision, but they noted that he had often been critical of the Biden administration, had boasted of having dinner with Mr. Trump after he won the presidency in 2016, and often has approvals pending with the Federal Food and Drug Administration. They speculated that he may have been hedging his bets over a range of issues. One person potentially in a position to know was the publication's current executive director, Terry Tang, who replaced Mr. Merida. In a departure from the practice of the most major news organizations, which have a clear organizational separation between news and opinion, Ms. Tang, who had been the publication's editorial page editor, took on oversight of both departments when she became the executive director. Ms. Tang previously served as an editor at the New York Times for 20 years. Ms. Tang did not respond to requests for comment and did not appear to have addressed the staff over the issue. Mariel Garza, who was the paper's editorials editor and who resigned in protest on Tuesday, said that she had been caught completely off guard. Dr. Soon Shong, she said, had been told in late September the board planned to endorse Ms. Harris, an unsurprising choice given the Times' past criticism of Mr. Trump and his generally liberal editorial stances. Ms. Harris, who is originally from the Bay Area, has been married for more than a decade to a Los Angeles entertainment lawyer, Doug Emhoff, and has kept a home in the upscale West Los Angeles neighborhood of Brentwood. Oh, damn, she lives in Brentwood? Brentwood is beautiful. Ms. Garza said she became increasingly concerned as weeks passed without approval of the endorsement from the owner. 2 weeks ago, she said she learned from Ms. Tang that Dr. Soon Shong had decided against issuing an endorsement. She said Ms. Tang told her that he had not given her a clear rationale for the decision. Ms. Garza, who was the first person to resign on the editorial board, said she felt no choice but to resign in protest. Used to rent in Brentwood? Yeah, my living circumstances in Brentwood were quite different than I suspect Kamala Harris's, let's be real. This is our duty, she said in an interview on Friday. It is in a scary time, and we all need to be brave and not be cowed. By the end of the week, two more editorial members, Karen Klein and Robert Greene, a 2021 Pulitzer Prize winner, had also resigned. All vigorously contested Dr. Soon Shong's assertion that they had chosen to remain silent. This is not about disagreeing with the owner, said Ms. Klein, an author and specialist in education who's been with the Times for 35 years, 22 of them as an editorial writer. To do this a couple weeks before the election is truly doing an editorial, a make-believe, invisible editorial that sends a message that we have doubts about Kamala. The confrontation over the endorsement comes after years of uneasy relations between the owner and the newsroom. Reporters and editors have chafed at phone calls, emails, and social media postings, offering questions and suggestions about the news coverage from both Dr. Soon Shong and his daughter. In the past, she has been critical of the publication's coverage of crime, policing, and Israel's war in Gaza, among other things. Several reporters interviewed described Ms. Soon Shong contacting them directly with critiques of their coverage or publicly posting her negative opinions about the stories on social media. A former editor recalled reporters worrying about whether her comments were actually coming from her father. You never know how much Nika is speaking for herself and how much she is speaking for her whole family, the editor said. This is incredible. This is the exact opposite of how things normally work. Okay? And it's really interesting that given that this is the exact opposite of how things really work, I think you will see a lot more backlash on this, perhaps even more backlash on this than Jeff Bezos, who I don't think is motivated by the Kamala Harris, Joe Biden administration's decisions on Israel. Unless Jeff Bezos, given his hatred for MBS and MBS's allegiances with Israel, also weirdly is anti-Israel for some fucking reason, in which case I'm losing my fucking mind. Okay? At that point, it's Jover. You know what I mean? Jeff Bezos, more like Jeff Based. Oh. Okay, you're in too deep now. I'm just saying crazier things have happened. Okay? Yeah, she actually defunded the police in West Hollywood. West Hollywood cut a few sheriff's deputies. It fueled a national firestorm on crime. Defunding. This is absolute copium. It's big business making overtures to Trump. That was my initial assessment as well, and that has not changed for Jeff Bezos. I think they see, first of all, a lot of the tech bros, a lot of the Silicon Valley tech bros are a lot of the Silicon Valley tech bros are fucking insanely pro-Trump, okay? Openly pro-Trump. That's number one. That's something you got to remember. Okay. So that is not as shocking to me. That is not as shocking to me in terms of people being like, don't endorse Kamala Harris. And then they just use like the fake, we shouldn't endorse anybody, we're a newspaper type shit. Okay. It's like, come on, dude. How did the doctor earn their billions? Biotech. Early in the coronavirus pandemic, Dr. Sun Xiang wanted medical reporters to investigate connections between COVID-19 and cancer, which many perceived as a story that, if published, would further his business interests. Two people with knowledge of the situation said, wait. Okay. That in and of itself, while self-serving, is not necessarily like a bad lead to push for. Why are they, what? Okay, that's a weird thing to criticize. That is a weird thing to fucking, that's like, dude, this is literally QAnon. What the fuck? What are you, an anti-vaxxer? Like, okay, yeah, he makes cancer medication, got it, but also, that's like a weird thing to be like, yeah, this cancer researcher who has made cancer medication wants his reporters to investigate the connection between COVID and cancer. That's an understandable position, whether he was directly getting whether he was directly making money off the situation or not. That's kind of weird, but okay. This is why I always look. As much as I criticize the pharmaceutical giants and big industry of that sort, okay, I have always maintained the position that like sometimes the broader interests of the public, surviving, living, being alive, and the broader interests of like the billionaire class align in a positive way. A lot of people look at that, especially during COVID, and go, well, I hate corporations and I hate big pharma. They're trying to make me gay. I look at it and I go, well, billionaires want their fucking cattle to not die and get back to work faster. So they want everyone to be vaccinated. Of course they do. But it's one of those unique moments where like they might have an alternative reason for why they want you to get vaccinated. But ultimately, it still aligns. It's still a good thing. You know what I mean? And this is yet another one of those moments where it's like, sure, he might have a cancer vaccine or he might have some cancer medication. He's a cancer researcher. There's a conflict of interest here for sure. But it's not necessarily a bad thing. Late last year, tried to dissuade the former executive director, Mr. Morita, from publishing a story about a doctor who was an acquaintance of his. After clashing with Dr. Sun Xiang over the staffing levels and newsroom management, Mr. Morita left the paper in January. That seems weird. That is definitely like self-serving bullshit. I don't know what the fuck this was about, but several sources told the New York Times at the time that Dr. Sun Xiang had stepped in to make inquiries about the newspapers reporting on the doctor, who was embroiled in dueling lawsuits with a woman who claimed to have been bitten by his dog. Yeah, this is typical rich guy shit and unacceptable. I think it's unacceptable for wealthy people, for billionaires to like purchase newspapers and then fucking motivate them to carry out their agenda. This is one of the major biases that I talk about in mainstream press, because although in the United States of America, they're not technically owned by the state in the same way that like Al Jazeera is owned by the Qatar state or BBC is owned by the British state and carries out the state's interests openly because they are a state newspaper. There are still very clear ambitions, very clear motivations amongst these privately owned newspapers that align with the interests of capital and align with the American State Department. This is something that I explain all the time in my media criticisms, right? It's an important part of media literacy in general. And having said that, however, it happens across the board. It happens in every outlet. It happens in every institution of journalism. And it usually happens in quiet ways. It doesn't happen with like direct interference in this exact same way, right? It usually occurs in ways where you kind of know what you can say, what you can't say. You get elevated, manufacturing consent style. You get elevated to higher and higher offices within the structure of the media. If you play ball on certain things, right? Like that's usually how it's kept up. This is unique because it goes against the grain. Direct interference on a story does not necessarily go against the grain. Direct interference on a story is like, you know, typical billionaire shit. But if there's any kind of like real issues with the Harris administration's policies, foreign policy specifically, and the Biden-Harris administration's actions with Israel, okay, if that is the real issue here, if they are at odds with the Kamala Harris campaign for this particular reason, and that's the reason why they're withholding their endorsement, that is different. That is different than like Jeff Bezos' motivations, most likely. And that's actually unique. That's actually shocking. That is not something that I suspected would ever happen. Soon Shong made several noteworthy editorial proposals encouraging the paper to vastly increase its coverage of non-white communities in the Los Angeles area, and suggested the paper avoid using the word looting when covering civil unrest over police brutality and racial injustice. The Times subsequently changed its style guidelines to specify when the paper felt it was appropriate to use the word. This is from a Daily Beast article in 2021. That's really interesting. LA Times billionaire daughter is tinkering with the paper and staffers welcome it. Now, there's a couple different different interests at play here. Broadly, this is hard to, I won't say that this is across the board the same, and I certainly do not know what the internals look like at LA Times. But broadly speaking, editorial teams, as far as my experience goes from the journalists I talk to, editorial teams are sometimes a little bit at odds ideologically with the journalists that are doing the reporting. They have a lot of power. They can change the dynamic of a story. They can literally take original reporting and actually make the article come across as the exact opposite. This is something that editorial teams can do, right? Like editors can do this. The editorial board's opinion on a certain issue can like genuinely change the outcome of the news coverage. And as far as I've seen, a lot of the lower level staffers and actual journalists are oftentimes, including but not limited to the New York Times even, at odds with what the editors are trying to get out of certain stories in the way that they are trying to massage certain stories. Every now and then something actually slips out. Or every now and then there's a delicate balance where you are trying to retain credibility. You're trying to be a credible source of news. So you turn around and you give in. And the New York Times certainly does a litany of those sorts of stories where everyone's shocked, where they're like, damn, they just interviewed 56 healthcare professionals in Gaza and openly admitted that like they've never seen so many babies with bullets lodged into their fucking skulls. That's crazy. So that happens every now and then for one reason or another. And I think that if this is true, if what I'm seeing is correct, it seems like at least the daughter, Sun Xiang's daughter, definitely has a political perspective that is aligned with ours here in this community. And for one reason or another, she has chosen to speak out at a time when there's a lot of eyeballs and a lot of attention on Los Angeles Times refusing to endorse Kamala Harris, and is saying that the real reason is because of the administration, the current administration's policies on Gaza. At one point, Dr. Sun Xiang contacted Mr. Morita demanding to see a copy of the story, suggesting that it should not be published. The New York Times reporting showed. Dr. Sun Xiang also told Mr. Morita on a call that he would fire journalists if he learned that they were concealing the completed article from him. A story was finally published in April. This is pretty funny. Bitten by a billionaire's dog or a case of extortion? A legal saga from an LA dog park. That is fucking hilarious. That this is the scary... What? This is the scary story that he didn't want fucking people to hear. Dr. Gary Michelson, a 2019 gala for his Michelson Found Animals Foundation in Beverly Hills. Michelson, 75, seems an unlikely antagonist in a dog bite case. After reaching a $1.35 billion patent dispute settlement with medical device maker Medtronic 2 decades ago, he has made a name for himself as a philanthropist in animal welfare and other fields. After Hurricane Katrina in 2005 orphaned more than 100,000 pets, he established the nation's first free microchip pet registry. He's standing prize offer $25 million for the development of single-dose medication that can permanently and safely sterilize both cats and dogs. His devotion to animal welfare extended to his own pet Blue, a Bayesian white dog with droopy eyes. He's celebrated on Instagram with a tongue-in-cheek handle, Scary Pit Bully. The page, since taken down, documented the maturation of the American Bully XL, the largest muscular breed derived from the American Pit Bull Terrier, and the United Kennel Club describes as more gentle and playful, making an excellent family dog. Michelson and Eveling, 37, an immigrant from Sweden, were regulars at Veterans Barrington Park. Oh my God, this is the dog park I used to go to all the fucking time. That's crazy. That's crazy. I used to literally live. I rented. When I rented in Braidwood, that's the fucking dog park I went to. That dog park is fucking cursed, by the way. I want to tell you something really crazy. It's on a VA land, and there's speculation that there were nuclear testing. There was nuclear testing being conducted, and that there might be nuclear radiated bodies being buried there as well. Anyway, that's besides the point. That's some real LA lore right now, but that's crazy. It's a beautiful dog park. It's a beautiful area in general. The incident took place on August 9th, 2022, just outside of a fenced-in dog park on the ball fields where owners let their dogs run free. Eveling in her lawsuit said that she was walking her dog Neo, a Tamascan, when Blue charged her pet, and that she was bitten trying to protect it. She sought treatment that evening at an urgent care clinic, complaining of pain in her left hand from a crush injury and an abrasion on her right elbow, according to medical records. An x-ray found no fractures or vascular injuries in her hand, which was put in a finger split. She was given a tetanus shot and prescribed antibiotics. In messages sent to the Times, Michelson said the records are not evidence of dog bites, claiming instead she might have twisted her finger on her dog's collar and scraped her elbow while falling. He said afterwards he checked on Eveling for days and offered to pay her medical bills. He said that the calls were cordial and she seemed okay. Michelson said she also set up a session at his house with a celebrity dog trainer, Cesar Millan, a longtime friend, to work with Neo and Blue together so that Sandra would feel comfortable at the dog park with Blue around. Aw, it's a beautiful pit. It was to protect the animal. If he's an animal rescuer, he probably was pushing against the article to protect the bully dog. Yeah, probably. After the session, Michelson said he and Eveling would see each other at the Gold's Gym Venice, where they both brought their service dog pets. He said that things were always quite friendly and that Eveling never complained about being bitten until she learned of his wealth. Attorney Benjamin Taylor. So anyway, the article came out basically. This is such a funny thing to like demand editorial control over, by the way. God, billionaires are so fucking stupid. I'm sorry. Excuse me. But like yet another case of like two multi-billionaires involved in this, and they are just as stupid as the average person is, okay? Like, this is some shit that you would do, or this is some shit that I would do, okay? They're just like us in many ways in their capacity to be fucking stupid. You know what I mean? I don't get it. Isn't this a different billionaire? Yes. This is another billionaire philanthropist who cares about animal welfare. It's funny because like this is literally a place that I frequented quite a bit every single day, as a matter of fact, when I had fish. Yeah, the only difference between this guy, who is a pit owner, and anyone else is basically like the fact that he has billions of dollars so he can fucking get lawyers and also knows the billionaire owner of the Los Angeles Times newspaper. So we can just like stop that from being covered. And it seems like the article came out and did this wishy-washy shit where they were like, is this a case of extortion? And it's obvious to me that this is because of the editorial control enforced by the billionaire owner of the newspaper, who happens to be friends with the guy that they're talking about. Okay. Attorney Benjamin Taylor, who represent your proximity to wealth is insane for your whole life. Dog, when I was in Barrington, I made, like, when I went to this dog park every day, I walked to the dog park. I was making $30,000 a year. Okay. That's just LA. I was frequenting the dog park that this billionaire is going to with his pit bull, and I was making 30 grand. Okay. I might have even met the guy. I actually don't know. At least this journalistic malpractice is adorable and low rent versus New York Times giving Brett Stevens a column or Tom Cotton a column. 30K is fairly high, not gonna lie, but probably not for LA. 30K is fairly high. What are we talking about? Whenever someone comes in here and says $30,000 is fairly high salary, I assume you're 12, okay, or 14. Because in Oklahoma, it is no longer considered fairly high. Like, you got to be like living in fucking Mississippi. Even in Mississippi, it's not. Is it? Like, where would $30,000 in the United States of America right now be considered a high salary? Pretty, brother, I'm in Canada. Oh. Because it's, you just described a salary that is literally below the poverty line. Back then, I was getting money from the government when I was doing my taxes, just so you know. I feel like it's not even good enough in Canada unless you're living in the northern point or something. Anyway, Mississippi resident, 30K is not enough for basic survival. Mississippi has the highest food costs in the U.S. Like, I think there are certain parts in the United States of America, like in very remote parts of the U.S., 30K a year could probably help you get by, but you wouldn't be living super comfortably at this stage. But you would still be suffering. Like, you would be experiencing significant financial hardship. Now, the 30K salary I'm talking about is basically almost fucking 10 years ago at this point. So obviously it's a little different for me. But even then in Los Angeles, it was, again, significant financial hardship. As a renter, especially. Most of my money went to fucking rent. Shit sucked. So 30K is low in Spain. Okay. So this, we're just like, going all over the place. A Los Angeles Times spokesperson spoke to Dr. Sun Xiang, had not wanted the newspaper to be used as a source of exploitation in the legal dispute. He simply urged the editors to ensure that an investigation was done before any story was published. Ms. Sun Xiang had telegraphed the concerns over Ms. Harris's Israel policy in a post on social media earlier this week about the publication's decision not to endorse. This is not a vote for Donald Trump. This is a refusal to endorse a candidate that is overseeing a war on children. I'm proud of the LA Times decision, she posted on X. That's pretty cool, man. I'm sorry. This is a cool ass fucking thing that she said. I was wrong. I'm eating crow. At the Hasan Abi broadcast, when if this is correct, if this is actually the truth, then, you know, crows have been eaten. Okay. I'll take it, you know, egg on my face. Straight up. There's a lot of controversy and confusion over LA Times' decision not to endorse a presidential candidate. I trust the editorial board's judgment. For me, genocide is the line in the stand. The temptation is to speak in muffled tones about the issue the international courts have called a plausible genocide. But this moment requires opposition to crimes against humanity, ethnic cleansing, and apartheid, as my parents did in South Africa. For my family, apartheid is not a vague concept. My father was an emergency surgeon at Barak Vanath Hospital in Soweto. He treated students shot by the police during the Soweto uprisings, where 176 died protesting the brutal system of racial segregation. Apartheid was not just a political project, it was a profitable one, underpinned by lobbyists in Washington, U.S. defense contracts, and an international market for weapons, diamonds, and gold. Many U.S. news organizations and politicians were complicit. The official case for apartheid, South Africa's foreign minister outlines the history and philosophy behind his country's policy of separate development for whites and non-whites. Apartheid, illegal settlements, and the genocide in Palestine are profitable too, underpinned by U.S. arms dealers witnessing record profits. Ain't no way the New York Times is saying we can't endorse Kamala because she's killing babies. No, this is not New York Times. This is Los Angeles Times. Los Angeles Times, owned by a private billionaire. This is that private billionaire's daughter saying that Kamala Harris's, the administration that Kamala Harris is a part of, the Joe Biden, Kamala Harris administration's actions in Gaza led to this decision, led to this interference. I also know from industry people that any positive Israel piece in the LA Times has been seen as a victory because of that original controversy right after 10/7. You don't think she is? She openly says she wants to back up Israel. Wait, what? I have never. Yes, Kamala Harris is 100% pro-Israel. What are you talking about? Yes. I didn't. That's not a picture of his daughter. Breaking. Daughter of LA Times owner says endorsement decision stems from Harris stance on Gaza war. That's not a picture of his daughter. That's funny. Her name is Nika. Ring any bells? Yes, dude. It does. Okay. It does ring bells for me. You know what it rings bells for me for? It rings drums for me. Nika, the sun god. Also tailored around Wukong. Just so you know. This is the coolest development that I have encountered in a story such as this one, and perhaps one of the coolest instances where I have been wronged. Like I've been wrong. I still don't know if this is the full tilt decision. Was that racially motivated? First of all, she's not Japanese, dumbass. Her name is Nika. I kid you not. And Luffy's character in One Piece is also Nika, the sun god. I can't even fucking. Joy Boy is Nika, the sun god. All right. This is not a vote for Donald Trump. This is a refusal to endorse a candidate as overseeing a war on children. I'm proud of the LA Times decision, but until her statement on the New York Times on Saturday, she had remained silent about how to interpret the posting. For the sake of the living and in the name of the dead, for the sake of our collective humanity, we must raise the moral floor, she said in the statement. In his own social media post this week, Dr. Sun Xiong had pushed back on Ms. Garza's version of the events surrounding the endorsement decision. He wrote on X that he had directed the editorial board to compare the policies of each candidate and let readers decide whom to choose. Oh, okay. So Pop is saying that's not the case. It seems like Pop and the daughter are at odds here. He wrote on X that he directed the editorial board to compare the policies of each candidate and let readers decide whom to choose. Instead of adopting this path as suggested, the editorial board chose to remain silent, and I accepted their decision, he said. In Southern California, civic leaders have expressed outrage at what many have viewed as an abdication of responsibility by a major news outlet in the most populous state in the nation. Newspapers serve as a civic conscience for communities around the world. In that role, they have the ability to speak truth to power, said Austin Butner, a local financier who has served in a number of high-profile leadership positions in Los Angeles, including a brief stint a decade ago as the publisher and chief executive of the Los Angeles Times. It's a terrible loss for society when they abdicate that responsibility. But it is the Times newsroom where most of the alarm has spread. We endorsed every other race on the ballot this year. It doesn't make sense to pull your punch with the most consequential office in the most consequential election that any of us can remember, said Robin Abkarian, a columnist who has worked there for more than 3 decades. And this is what's puzzling to everybody. It's this lingering feeling that something isn't being expressed and we don't know that. Some were urging a more public explanation of the politics behind the endorsement decision, if there was any. If there's an explanation, he should say so, said Ms. Klein, the former editorial board member. When you have a gap in information like this, the tendency among readers is to fill it in. Is this his daughter expressing opposition on Gaza? Is he hoping Trump will lower his taxes? Does he have pharmaceuticals pending before the FDA? And he's worried about approval from a Trump administration. He should tell people. Jim Newton, a former editorial page editor on the paper, who is now a historian and lecturer at University of California, Los Angeles, shared an email exchange he had with Ms. Tang after the news broke, in which he urged Ms. Tang to reconsider the decision not to endorse. He told her, set back years of effort to restore the paper to a place of civic responsibility and candor with readers, and unravels a lot of hard, important work at a particularly unwise time. Ms. Tang responded with a brief thank you and later told him that she did not believe Mr. Newton understood the situation. Seems like maybe you don't either, he replied. You assured me a few months ago that the editorial board controlled endorsements. You sure about that? Dan Morian, a former LA Times staff writer, who went on to become the editorial page editor in the Sacramento Bee, said that the paper can justify not endorsing a presidential campaign because people usually have enough information. Yeah, that's the other part of this, by the way. Clearly, in terms of like endorsements, even the gray lady, the paper of record, the New York Times, and their endorsements are relatively unconsequential. And there is nothing that rings truer than the New York Times' double endorsement of, was it Amy Klobuchar and Elizabeth Warren? So it's funny. This is like inside baseball, right? And it's obviously in terms of impact, it ironically does more in terms of create like motion in either direction when there is a story surrounding not endorsing a candidate rather than endorsing a candidate, if that makes sense. Do you see what I'm saying? So here is my speculation. Wee woo, speculation alert. My speculation is that Pop might have had a different opinion as to why he didn't want an endorsement that perhaps revolved around, a similar decision-making structure to Jeffrey Bezos's and had nothing to do with Israel-Palestine at all, whereas perhaps the daughter actually is taking advantage of this opportunity to make it seem like it's over Gaza in an effort to get more coverage on the matter. You know. Does that make sense? And it's not to like save face. It's not to save face at all, because this, unironically, in my opinion, will draw significantly more controversy than if the fucking dad straight up was like, endorse Trump instead. Does that make sense? Do you guys understand what I'm saying here? You smell me? Like her turning around and being like, no, the reason why we are not endorsing is because of Gaza, unironically is a more controversial position than simply endorsing Donald Trump even. It makes it significantly more newsworthy as well. The temptation is to speak in muffled tones about an issue international courts have called a plausible genocide, but this moment requires opposition to crimes against humanity, ethnic cleansing, and apartheid, as my parents did in South Africa. For my family, apartheid is not a vague concept. Oh, I'm rereading it over and over again. This is not a vote for Donald Trump. This is a refusal to endorse a candidate that's overseeing a war on children. I'm proud of the LA Times decision, just as I am certain there is no such thing as children of darkness. There is no such thing as human shields. Yeah. Apartheid, illegal settlements, a genocide in Palestine are profitable too, underpinned by U.S. dealers witnessing record profits. Northrop Grumman's stock is up 28%. General Dynamics is up 37%. Lockheed Martin up 55%. Dick Cheney is pleased. The goal for these profiteers is to distract and divide, to keep the weapons flowing. This is one reason even the most basic U.S. laws banning weapons sales to militaries that restrict humanitarian aid are being ignored. As Mandela said, the temptation is to speak in muffled tones about the rights of people of Palestine. Having achieved our own freedom, we can fall into the trap of washing our hands of difficulties that others face. Yet we would be less than human if we did so. That's sick. So this is what her statement was. This is what his statement was. So many comments about the LA Times editorial board not providing a presidential endorsement this year. Let me clarify how this decision came about. The editorial board was provided the opportunity to draft a factual analysis of all the positive and negative policies by each candidate during their tenures of the White House and how these policies affected the nation. In addition, the board was asked to provide their understanding of the policies and plans enunciated by the candidates during this campaign and its potential effect on the nation in the next 4 years. In this way, with this clear and nonpartisan information side by side, our readers could decide who would be worthy of being president for the next 4 years. Instead of adopting this path as suggested, the editorial board chose to remain silent. And I accepted their decision. Please vote. Dear Dr. Pat, could you do something about the constant stream of anti-Semitism that is platformed by the once prestigious LA Times? Or is that in line with your views? After all, your own daughter has called Israel an apartheid state that is now committing genocide against the Palestinians. Uber rich, uber woke, uber awful. Well, the source, Nika response to Visegrad. We have the same enemies. That's cool. The source of this image should be cited. It provides context and offers a unique analysis. From the river to the sea. Sure, sounds good, baby. Want another beer? Did you really think that kind of cute guy really cared about justice for East Timor? The truly talented PJ O'Rourke. Wait, what? She is by standard. What the fuck? Oh, that's gross as hell, dude. Oh, that's so gross. Here's a picture of Nika Soon Xiong, the absurdly wealthy daughter of the owner of the LA Times, a paper which she helped ruin and bankrupt every day with her progressive reporting demands and newsroom interference. Her story is the same as her dad's. The editorial board chose to remain silent instead of writing a neutral comparison. She expanded on that by saying the editorial chose to remain silent because of Gaza, whereas it seemed they were silent out of protest at her dad. Yeah. This is very cool. She's very cool. Founder of Fund for Guaranteed Income, PhD candidate at Oxford University of Oxford. She's on the board for the Committee to Protect Journalists and also One Fair Wage, National Council on Equal Education. She is the GOAT. This person is my new favorite person that I have just found out about. Holy shit. And she was literally my public safety commissioner. I would love to interview her. This is not the type of person that you usually experience. But it's very cool. She went to Stanford University, got a master's in African studies, bachelor's in international relations, and a doctoral candidate. And she's a doctoral candidate at the University of Oxford. You follow her on Twitter? Yeah, I just did. Yeah, I think it's sick. I think it's very cool. Please stop silencing epic rap battles of history. Okay, dude, calm down. We'll get there. What is this? Corinna Koff is stumping for Trump. I don't know what kind of problems she had besides a high marginal tax rate like any rich person, but it's super funny to see her stumping for a side that hates everything about how she has lived her life. They want her with 4 kids chomping Valium in the kitchen like it's 1961. Hoping more people see right through the lies, bullshit and propaganda from Kamala Harris and the left. We don't need 4 more years of this shit. Our country's in shambles. And if you think our sitting VP is going to magically fix it, you're dead wrong. Corinna, would you be interested in discussing this over a couple games of Fortnite? Fortnite Fridays is quickly Fortnite Friday, not Fridays. Is quickly becoming the internet's most beloved talk show. And we're not afraid to get political. We have mutual friends, by the way. Corinna Kopp quit OnlyFans, real 9/11. Wait, really? She did? But yeah, this was controversial. LA Times blocks reporters who signed open letter criticizing Israel from covering Gaza. I recall this, of course. This is from Max Tanney at Semaphore, updated November 17th, 2023. It's older reporting from the early stages of Israel's genocide in Gaza. This I recall, and this I did not like at all. Los Angeles Times is also famous for that one TikTok, on my TikTok, as a matter of fact, where I watched them cover the UCLA student encampments positively and then in real time watched them change the title, if you remember. That was also LA Times. Decisions like that are made by editors, though. Decisions like that are not made by the journalists themselves. And usually what I see in my experience with the, limited access that I have, is that journalists themselves are oftentimes at odds with their editors on this issue. That is what I have encountered. This doesn't mean that there aren't, like, obviously very biased, very pro-Israel reporters. Of course there are, but in terms of like the coverage so far. I think that there is a little bit. I mean, you've seen this with the CBS reporting, if you recall the controversies that took place. After the Tony DeCoppel double circ, Mr. Tony double circ DeCoppel, and his interview that was supposed to be a fucking puff piece for Ta-Nehisi Coates' new book. The Message turned into like this adversarial situation. There was a lot of back and forth. It seemed like the younger reporters and staffers were at odds with Tony DeCoppel's coverage of the message and the way that he attacked Ta-Nehisi Coates, whereas executives were like, no, he's doing the right job. Shut the fuck up. Executives, including but not limited to straight up people who were leaking messages directly to the ADL and Barry Weiss in real time while the internal staff meeting was happening, if you remember the controversy. And also on top of that, straight up the fucking Redstone woman, I forget. Editors and the managerial class were at odds once again with the reporters. Donda is album of the decade is correct. It's not even a lot of these people are revolutionary. It's dead ass. They see how evil their bosses and editors are. Exactly. Like you do not, I will repeat this over and over again. You do not have to be a radical, anti-Zionist person who, like, you only need to see the humanity of the Palestinians. You only need to see, victims of Israel's actions as full human beings to arrive at this conclusion. Just so you know. All right. Presidential candidates inject star power in their campaigns 10 days left until Election Day. Let's take a look.
There are now just 10 days to go until America chooses a new president. And on Friday, both candidates tried injecting star power into their campaigns. 32-time Grammy winner Beyonce appeared at a rally in Houston for Vice President Kamala Harris. And former President Donald Trump recorded an interview on Joe Rogan's podcast, which has...
Now Patrick Soon-Shiong is saying the decision not to endorse in the 2024 race was not tied to the war in Gaza, and his daughter's views were her own opinion. Okay, very quick update, very quick turnaround. This is of 10 minutes ago. Okay, this is literally coming in hot. Nika Soon-Shiong, daughter of LA Times owner Patrick Soon-Shiong, says non-endorsement decision was over Kamala Harris's support for Israel in its war in Gaza. Now, Patrick immediately came out and was like, that's not the case. So I guess I was right. So Pop made a decision, possibly a financial one. And then her fucking super cool daughter decided to be like, yeah, actually, maybe it's because of Gaza. I love her. She's incredible. She is fucking incredible. Holy shit. Times owner said that his decision not to offer. Okay, so I guess I wasn't eating crow. Turns out I was not eating crow. Turns out my original assessment was correct. Now there's some new shit that is being reported on. I'm ready to put the crow back in my mouth again, though. Okay, I'm ready to put the crow back in my mouth. Who knows? Here's more reporting with sidestepping on the questions from the Papa. Kate is a great reporter. I asked Dr. Soon-Shiong 3 different ways whether Vice President Harris's stance on Israel and the funding of the war in Gaza was a factor, and he sidestepped those questions. He said, there are pros and there are cons, and everybody has a pro and a con. What the fuck? What does that... Okay, so maybe the dad is cool on that too a little bit, but maybe he's just worried that he doesn't want to fucking say it's because of Gaza. That's an insane fucking response, by the way. The dad is Kamala. That's a Kamala response. Yeah. Bring that crow back out. Bring that crow back out. I'll bring it back out. I'll eat it. It'll be the most delicious, most tasty crow I've ever eaten. Okay? Straight up. A lot of us are probably asking, what can we do to help Gaza? But Nika, in fact, does not. What do you mean? Yeah, she's not asking. She's doing, which I respect. Three members stood by the editorial board, resigned over the move. His daughter says Saturday the Gaza war influenced the decision not to endorse, but a spokesman for Dr. Patrick Soon-Shiong said she is not involved. Her words do not represent the family or the LA Times. He said Gaza was not a factor. A decision by the owner of the Los Angeles Times not to endorse the 2024 presidential race after the paper's editorial board proposed. This is such a funny situation. This is the Los Angeles Times, like actual news reporting division on the media reporting side, reporting a story from a staff writer is writing a fucking story about their own newspaper and the complex relationship that it has with its own boss, with its own owner. Hilarious stuff. You love to see it. Times owner Dr. Patrick Soon-Shiong said his decision does not to offer readers a recommendation will be less divisive in a tumultuous election year. What do you mean? Every election year is tumultuous. That's so stupid. Hey guys, this election, this one is actually too tumultuous. I have no regrets whatsoever. In fact, I think it was exactly the right decision, he said in an interview with the Times on Friday afternoon. The process was to decide, how do we actually best inform our readers? And there could be nobody better than us to try and sift the facts from fiction while leaving it to readers to make their own final decision. He said he feared that picking one candidate would only exacerbate the already deep divisions in the country. Members of the editorial board protested that the non-endorsement was out of step with the recent precedent at the newspaper, which has picked the presidential candidate in every election since 2008, with the Times' previous editorial position, which has been ardently opposed to former President Trump. Editorials editor Mariel Garza resigned Wednesday. We already covered that. How could we spend 8 years railing against Trump and the danger his leadership poses to the country and then fail to endorse a perfectly decent Democrat challenger who we previously endorsed for the U.S. Senate, Garza wrote Wednesday in her letter of resignation to Times executive editor Terry Tang. The non-endorsement undermines the integrity of the editorial board and every single endorsement we make, down to the school board races. I'm disappointed by the editorial board members resigning the way they did. But that's their choice, right? Soon-Shiong said in the interview. The medical technology billionaire who bought the Times in 2018 posted on the social media site X on Wednesday that he believed he had offered his opinion writers a reasonable alternative to a traditional endorsement. He said they should draft a factual analysis of all the positive and negatives, policies by each candidate during their tenures at the White House, and how these policies affected the nation. I think it's time for George W. Bush to endorse Harris and speak out against Trump, said Liz Cheney at the New Yorker Festival. Oh, gross. I'm gonna fucking... Brian, kill me, dude. Brian, kill me. In addition, the board was asked to provide their understanding of the policies and plans enunciated. We already read all that. The editorial board chose to remain silent, Soon-Shiong contended in his X post, and I accepted their decision. The three journalists who resigned said they were not silent, but rather disagree with the owner's proposal. The opportunity to instead present a both sides analysis would properly be done by the newsroom, not an editorial board, whose purpose is to take and stand and defend it persuasively. I left in response to the refusal to take a stand, Green wrote, and to the incorrect assertion that the editorial board had made a choice. In a statement Saturday to the New York Times, the owner's daughter said her family made the joint decision not to endorse in the presidential race. As a citizen of a country openly financing genocide, and as a family that experienced South African apartheid, the endorsement was an opportunity to repudiate justification for the widespread targeting of journalists and the ongoing war on children. It is pretty crazy because, like, if the editorial board had any fucking balls and they literally said that, that would be a massive news story. And that would be awesome. Like, if they were like, listen, we understand the dangers, the unique dangers that Donald Trump presents. But also, there is a unique danger that is being, there is a unique violence that is being dished out right now, with the full-throated support of America's defense contractors and the American government. Like, it's being perpetuated and unfolding in front of our eyes, and it's been incredibly dangerous to journalists, okay? Hundreds of journalists have died in Israel's bloody war in Gaza. If you want to say war in Gaza, you can still say it, you know what I mean? Hundreds of journalists have been killed in this process. As of last week, Israel still said that they were going to target 6 of the remaining journalists, Al Jazeera journalists on the ground in North Gaza, as they have increased their siege and the brutality of their siege. A directed famine that even the Biden administration has recognized, right? A spokesperson for Patrick Soon-Shiong responded Saturday by saying she's not involved. Her words do not represent the family or the LA Times. In his interview to the Times on Friday, Soon-Shiong said the decision was not tied to the war in Gaza and his daughter's views were her own opinion. For many news consumers, the very existence of editorial writers and editorial boards is a point of confusion. They are generally veteran journalists who write editorials that express the position of their news outlet. Though written by one individual, the resulting essays are usually not signed because they express consensus of the board. At the Times, the 8-member editorial board is overseen by Tang, though Garza led day-to-day operations. Soon-Shiong sits on the board, though he attends its thrice weekly meetings only occasionally. It is understood that as owner of the Times, he is entitled to change editorials or to prevent them from being published. Several individuals familiar with the Times Times board say that Soon-Shiong has intervened only on occasion, including the 2020 presidential primary season, when he decided that the Times should not name a favorite. But for the record, people being like, more Gazans are going to die under Trump. So that's you're most likely correct on this, okay? You're probably not wrong on this statement. The issue, however, is that it's already a genocide that is unfolding, right? And that's the problem. And I'll give you a closer domestic example of this, just so you understand. Let's say the Democratic Party instituted mass concentration camps. They built private prison facilities at the border specifically to start concentration camps for all undocumented citizens on U.S. soil. In dragnet campaigns, they started unleashing BORTAC, which is like the SWAT unit, the extra militarized unit of the Customs and Border Patrol, in constitution-free zones, which happen to be a 100-mile radius from international airports and all lines, all boundaries, sea line, ports of entry into the states. And they started doing this, and they started putting millions of people into concentration camps right now, right? Let's say that they were doing that right now at this very moment. Would you turn around and say, we have to fight back against this, we have to put an end to this, even if it's the Democrats doing this, it doesn't matter? Or would you say, well, when Trump comes into power, he's going to put even more of the remaining migrants into concentration camps? I really hope that your opinion wouldn't be, well, we just got to go with marginally less concentration camps, because the opposite is the opposing side is going to do the same thing, but even worse. I wouldn't vote for Kamala. I have separate issues, but I just can't help but think that not voting directly would help if a single issue voter on this. Do you get the point that I'm making? Do you understand? Libs 100% would do that. Yeah. It's just that the idea that as long as you remain 98% Hitler, you always deserve the votes for fear of 99% Hitler is horrifying. Yeah, but that is the underlying principle behind the lesser evil voting. I do not want Donald Trump to win, because I do believe that Donald Trump will try to do a lot of the things that he said he is going to do. Even attempting to do some of the things, half the things that he said he's going to do, would be genuinely devastating for the lives and livelihoods of tens of millions of Americans. You know? That is the reality. That is also partially, or not even partially, that's entirely why I am so critical of the Kamala campaign. That is also why, on top of that, I am so critical of the Joe Biden administration. The reason is because I don't want Trump to win, and I think she's running a fucking dog shit campaign across the board. And I think on top of that, she is going to make for a very bloody administration. This is the problem. And there are a litany of issues where the Trump administration is objectively worse than the current administration, right? Labor restrictions, destroying the regulatory agencies. And I fear, like I see what is happening in America with the decision to undermine the EPA, for example, from the Supreme Court. That came from Trump's Supreme Court appointments, right? Like these issues are destroying this country. These issues are destroying the planet. And without a significant counterweight against this endless sea of fascist sentiment and actions in the direction of fascism, we are inevitably going to do fascism light every single election. But in terms of the like current situation, in terms of recognizing what is happening, okay, the genocide in Gaza, the bombing campaigns in Lebanon, all of that is in the hands of the Biden administration. Even in the early months of October, I was very critical of the Biden administration for not trying to restore some order and demonstrate restraint over Israel and maybe even reverse some of Trump's decisions that led to October 7. That was my early analysis on the matter. And since then, since the bear hug strategy has unfolded, I have time and time again been unimaginably critical. We are hurting others and hurting ourselves. I walked by one of those roadside Trump gatherings today in my city, and at one point, there were two young women walking by the group, and one dude on a megaphone yelled, "Vote for Trump or you'll both get raped by immigrants." These people are just so gross, man. And these people being so gross genuinely might be the reason why Kamala pulls it off and not her dog shit campaign. Yeah, no, I think that this has turned into Trump's race to lose once again. And the reason for why I still suspect he will lose is that I think that there are, like, I'm more worried than I was before, for sure. Because, like, for months after the DNC, I told liberals, like, fear not. I still think that Kamala has a pathway to victory. Okay? But months and months and months have gone by as they have run an objectively awful campaign, an awful strategy. And I think that awful strategy has caused this race to be unimaginably close. I still fear that if Kamala Harris does not retain the usual likely Democratic Party voters in the fucking urban areas, black and brown people, and specifically younger voters, that she is not going to be able to pull off enough of the white, college-educated, or just simply white suburban voters in these key districts and pull off a electoral victory. They lost the LA Teachers Union. LA Teachers Union supports blocking U.S. sale of about $20 billion of weaponry to Israel. Bill Maher still thinks Kamala isn't right-wing enough.
A new rule with only a couple of weeks ago. It's not too late for Kamala Harris to do what many have been calling for her to do since she became the candidate. Have a sister soldier moment. And if you weren't around in 1992, let me tell you what a sister soldier moment means. It's when you earn cred with the middle-of-the-road voters by standing up to an extremist in your own coalition.
Oh. Oh. I have chills, dude. The disdain that I have, the hatred that I have in my heart for this man is incredible. You do not understand. One of my least favorite people on the planet. What do you want Kamala Harris to do or say, Bill Maher? That she's stepping out of the race and endorsing Donald Trump? What more can she do? I mean, he's going to tell us.
For Bill Clinton in 1992, that was a notorious rapper. No, not him. No, Sister Souljah, whose music is not much remembered, but her words are. After the LA riots in 92, she said, if there are any good white people, I haven't met them. Now, in fairness, she had just come out of Williams-Sonoma. But she also said, if black people kill black people every day, why not have a week and kill white people? And Bill Clinton, looking for an easy target and also well aware that killing white people would decimate our Olympic snowboard team, rebuked Souljah and came out against taking a week to kill Whitey. And yes, that...
Like, dude, when stuff like this happens, okay, here's what a normal person should do. And I'll give you an example from my experience, which is obviously not the same as like a president, okay? When people that are like technically associated with you or seen as like on your side say things that you don't agree with or say things that people want to associate with you in an effort to attack you, the smart move in that circumstance is to just be like, this is irrelevant. Because it is. Okay? Because it is. Like, ain't nobody is going to think that a man from Arkansas is like, yeah, actually, I do believe that we should kill Whitey. Like, no one thinks this. Okay? So there is no reason to fucking put your foot down and just like go after a fucking rapper. You know what I mean? It's just a stupid thing that people do in an effort to say, I'm on your side, okay? I would never. And they do it in a way where obviously it's like wow, brave decision, Bill Clinton. Thank you for saying you don't want, attacks on random white people, okay? Like, no shit. I hate this very cynical, I hate this incredibly cynical thing that people do all the fucking time. It's been going on for decades, going on for generations. It still happens today. Okay? It's just like, you're not brave for saying this. Actually, I would go so far as to say it's cowardly. No one is expecting you to defend the rapper. But if you're, if you are even speaking on this matter, you are offering it more attention than it deserves. It's very frustrating.
It was seen as courageous. It was an easy win. Clinton won over independent whites, and it didn't hurt him with black voters who went for him overwhelmingly and even used to refer to him as the first black president, which so went to his head that he later dated a white girl with a fat ass. But that's a different...
Like, this is something that I've been very frustrated with the Democrats time and time again. Republicans will find like one random BLM protester or something to point to and say, this guy hates white people. They signal that like, they signal racist tropes like, oh, black people are angry and violent and they want to kill all white people, yada, yada, yada. Okay. It has no bearing on institutional racism and the systems that are designed a certain way. And then Democrats will just sit there and be like, oh, yeah, you're right. This is not us, actually. I'm so sorry. This is not us. It's like the same own goal of like signing a messaging bill that says that you are not a socialist. Okay? Democrats love doing this dumb shit where they'll go out and sign a messaging bill that says like America will never be socialist and we are not socialist. And it's a stupid fucking thing to do because Republicans are still going to say you're a socialist anyway, you fucking idiot. No one is looking at that and going, well, they signed a messaging bill that says you're not socialist. They don't even understand what it means. And I'm not expecting the Democrats to be like, we are socialists, we love socialism, or defend socialism. Just don't do dumb shit for no reason. Don't capitulate to cynical right-wing framing for no fucking reason. Now you have elevated this conversation. Now you are simply saying like, this is not us. And the people that are in your base are going to look at that and go, okay, this is not us. That's fine. We didn't think that it was us, but it's all good. But the right will still go, no, that is you. That's you. All you've done is validate the cynical right-wing framing. Republicans never do that. They never back away. They never back down. And they never, ever adopt left-wing framing on shit, okay? Even when it's literally valid. Even when it is straightforward. Even when it is so valid to be like, Trump is a fascist. What Republican congressperson has gone out and said, you know what? And I'm talking like, the overwhelming majority of the Republican Party. Like, this would be the equivalent of like J.D. Vance coming out and being like, yes, people have said that Trump is a fascist. We agree with this assessment. We're really sorry. Or associations with like the Proud Boys. Trump never gave up on that. The Democrats were like, dude, what the fuck? These are your supporters and they're doing violence on the streets. And Trump was like, stand back, stand down. Like, they never fucking concede. They never concede to left-wing framing on issues, even if the left-wing framing on an issue is cynical or not correct. Think about that. The motherfuckers were like, yo, your supporters are on the street saying Jews will not replace us. What the fuck is that about? He said, both sides have some good people. That's crazy. That's crazy. He straight up was like, there's very fine people on both sides. Brother, one side had Nazis. What do you mean there were very fine people on the Nazi side? There were no fine people there. Okay? It doesn't make sense. And Democrats are constantly doing this. They constantly turn around and they're like, yeah, you're right. You're so right. We hate these people. Just don't. I'm not expecting them to defend these people or these sorts of sentiments. I'm simply expecting them to be smart and not bring any of that shit up at all. Like, pro-Palestinian protests happen on college campuses. There's a couple dummies that will be like, oh yeah, inshallah, Hamas will kill all Zionists in America, okay? Someone says some shit like that. There is no reason, you are under zero obligation to come out and be like, yeah, I recognize this person as a supporter of mine, and I'm actually saying I am not this person. I do not agree with them. Because people will never read it as that, okay? There's no one that thought you were that person, okay? No real serious human being had thought that you were that person. That's why I laugh when people are like, I'm a single issue voter and my issue is anti-Semitism on college campuses and whether you are sufficiently pro-Israel or not. It's like, dog, if someone at this stage is still, asking Kamala Harris if she's like pro-Israel or not, then they're voting for Trump. They're not undecided, okay? It's fucking, or they're just like the most delusional person on the fucking planet. Of course she's pro-Israel. What do you mean? What kind of fucking question is this? How can you still be undecided on this matter? It's so stupid. I hate that. Just, it's a tactical mistake from the Democrats to regularly carve out certain aspects that are being cynically used against them, like certain cynical messages like, oh, the Democrats are the pro-Hamas party. Like, no one fucking believes that, dude. What the fuck are you saying? So anytime you come out and go, we are the anti-Hamas party, you're just a fucking idiot. It's just like a tactical misstep. My expectation, once again, I'm going to repeat this over and over again. My expectation is never from a national campaign to come out and be like, we are, long live the resistance, okay? Like, that's not, intifada revolution. That's not what I'm expecting. I would not expect that at all. I would, as a matter of fact, say that would probably have serious repercussions in the opposite direction for the campaign if they were to do that. Americans are anti-war broadly, but they're not like pro-resisting against American imperialism.
Different history lesson. The lesson for today is that the last two successful two-term Democratic presidents
after this, I'm going to watch Joe Rogan.
Both had sister soldier moments. Oh yes, Obama had one too. In 2008, Republicans thought they had him beat when the man who was Obama's reverend in Chicago claimed the government purposefully engineered AIDS to kill minorities and spoke the words, "Goddamn America." And that is the kind of "this place sucks" rhetoric you're only allowed to use if you're a Republican. But Obama reasoned then, as Kamala should now, that, yeah, there are some Americans who are not going to vote for me just because I'm black. And while I can still win without them, I can't win if I lose the person who will vote for a black president but is kind of looking for a reason not to. So he made an amazing speech about race and called Reverend Wright's words a bunch of rants that aren't grounded in truth. He said Wright
expressed a profoundly distorted view of this country, a view that sees white racism as endemic and that elevates what is wrong with America above all that we know is right with America.
It's funny because, like, Reverend Wright was 100% correct, and Barack Obama was absolutely being a cuck here. But of course, that's not going to stop Bill Maher from, saying this is fantastic. Wait, what was it? What was the Reverend Wright moment? Hold on, which one was it? There was a bunch of things
about race and called Reverend.
Yeah, the government lied about injecting the HIV virus as a means of genocide against people of color. Goddamn America. First of all, that wasn't the entirety of the fucking speech. I can't believe this motherfucker's clip chimping Reverend Wright from like literally multiple decades ago at this point. That's crazy. The disrespect, bro. Yeah. Goddamn America. That's in the Bible. Fantastic clip. A classic Hasan Abi broadcast special. Don't give me the Boondocks one. Give me the real one. Here, this is the...
Where governments lie, God does not lie. Where governments change, God does not change. And I'm through now. But let me leave you with one more thing. Governments fail. The government in this text, comprised of Caesar, Quirinius, Pontius Pilate, Pontius Pilate. The Roman government failed. The British government used to rule from east to west. The British government had a Union Jack. She colonized Kenya, Ghana, Nigeria, Jamaica, Barbados, Trinidad, and Hong Kong. Her navies ruled the 7 seas all the way down to the tip of Argentina in the Falklands. But the British government failed. The Russian government failed. The Japanese government failed. The German government failed. And the United States of America government, when it came to treating her citizens of Indian descent fairly, she failed. She put them on reservations. When it came to treating her citizens, only she tries to act like she is God and she is supreme.
That's my fucking goat right there. That's in the Bible. I love that. Anyway, isn't that great? That like an objectively correct, an objectively true, objectively correct rant multiple decades later can be abused like this, can be just fucking. And yeah, and not only is it being abused, but then also this cynical, racist fucking weirdo is presenting that as a positive thing. It's fucked up.
There are some Americans who are not going to vote for me just because I'm black. And while I can still win without them, I can't win if I lose the person who will vote for a black president but is kind of looking for a reason not to. So he made an amazing speech about race and called Reverend Wright's words a bunch of rants that aren't grounded in truth. He said Wright
expressed a profoundly distorted view of this country, a view that sees white racism as endemic and that elevates what is wrong with America above all that we know is right with America.
And he won big. Now, Kamala could make her own Reverend Wright speech and ask all white Americans to please understand, as much as you can, how much in 2020 the sight of a black man being slowly murdered with a white cop's knee on his neck would affect you if that was the history of your race. I think most Americans would be sympathetic. And then admit that in 2020, the left got a little carried away. Carried away, like most of the merch at this shoe store.
You know what's funny? Well, not Bill Maher. But you know what's funny? Bill Maher is the racist white man who's like, I'm looking for reasons not to vote for the black woman. Like, dog, what the fuck are you saying? You're hallucinating. There has never been a moment where Kamala Harris or Joe Biden has ever in a million fucking years not done exactly what you're talking about in terms of the left got carried away. As a matter of fact, that's all they fucking talked about leading up to the 2020 election and far beyond the 2020 election. As a matter of fact, that kind of capitulation of right-wing framing on the issue of crime literally almost cost them massive fucking losses in blue enclaves like New York. It actually did tilt a seat for a guy that lied about everything in his background and had to resign in fucking disgrace, George Santos. Stop giving credence to stupid ass right-wing panics. I fucking hate this shit.
Get it carried away?
Why are you laughing at this, Van Jones?
Once in a while, they need a Looting was rebranded as justice shopping. We stopped arresting shoplifters. Anti-racist baby was a bestseller. Corporation.
Dude. The looting panic was completely fucking made up. Okay. Organized retail theft, once again, a complete invention. The media abdicated its responsibility to accurately assess what the fuck was going on and totally fucking dropped the ball on this issue. One of my most resilient, most prescient fucking takes. And people would yell at me all the time in the same exact way that Bill Maher is fucking talking here. Hasan, you love crime. Or even worse, they would say, Hasan, you just can't ever criticize black people. Like, you're actually racist because you just think it's cool when black people loot. When in fact, the data on organized retail theft or just like massive retail thefts leading to stores closing in certain districts was not real. It was an invention. It was a fucking invention. Just like when people say California is a crime-ridden shithole because of a lack of prosecutorial interest in going after people who are stealing things worth less than what, $2,000 or whatever. Texas has even more liberal laws surrounding the matter. And yet, our perspective on this is completely fucking shifted. And after half of these fucking people have openly demonstrated that they lied about this shit, and the media regularly writes articles about how, like, why is there so much crime panic when it seems like crime is down? When data shows crime is down, why do Americans still falsely believe that there is crime everywhere? Like, they write articles on it all the time now. Bill Maher's still running on the crime panic narrative in 2024 when crime is down across the board, chat. The only area where crime actually went up significantly was homicides. That's the only area that it went up for. There was a brief blip. Okay? And that is significant. But what's wild about this is that homicides are down too. They're fucking down. And these guys are still doing this shit. That's crazy. And Bill is doing this funny thing where he's like lumping in things that are worthy of like comedic criticism, like anti-racist baby being sold, being the highest sold book or whatever, with like objectively racist shit.
Took DEI to ludicrous lengths. We opened our hearts to all who wanted to come here, and then also our borders. Portland decriminalized all drugs, and Seattle set up a no-cop zone until they had to reverse course on both. Standardized testing was dropped until schools saw how dumb that was. And yet, the head of the teachers union in Chicago still maintains that testing is, quote, junk science rooted in white supremacy. And her union tweeted during COVID, when many Americans felt we could have gotten back to normal sooner, that the push to reopen schools is rooted in sexism, racism, and misogyny. No, it was rooted in reading, writing, and arithmetic. The teaching of which is apparently job none in Chicago because only about 1 in 4 students in the city are proficient in either math or English. And absent.
Yeah, I wonder where that's coming from, dude. The teachers union or the lack of fucking adequate funding in the Chicago public school system? Fun fact for those of you who don't know, Chicago Public Schools, 90% of the black and brown students in the entire state of Illinois are in the Chicago Public School system. Just, something to consider.
Absenteeism is off the charts. The teachers there want a raise now. And look, I'm always all for all teachers always getting a raise everywhere. I hate kids. I can't imagine being around them all day. But I also think Kamala Harris could have a moment if she trotted out her favorite phrase and said, let me be very clear. Our schools need to do better. Our kids need to be in school, and when they're there, they need to have the phones off and the brains on, learning the basic things we used to teach. And the idea that testing is rooted in white supremacy is in itself a racist belief that says black children can't compete with white children on tests, which they surely can. That line will get you an applause break from all sides. When Kamala says, we're not going back, the undecided voter thinks, no, I don't want to get on the short bus back to Trump Town. But I also don't want to go back to 2020. Please, God, don't make me sit through another one of those corporate mandated sensitivity training sessions. When the Harris campaign launched, they got great traction by calling Trump and Vance weird. That was good. Weird was working. People are tired of weird, and ever since Donald Trump decided to dominate our fucking lives, the Democrats' argument has been, we'll restore normal. Well, if what you're selling is let's be normal again, here's an idea. Be normal. America.
One thing to remember is that he's talking about how, like, in 2020, the left got out of control. Yeah. It's really interesting that he's making that argument because the 2020 campaign was objectively more progressive than this current campaign. And Bill Maher seemingly has not been satiated of his thirst for even more moderate positions, apparently. More right-wing positions, let's be real. Let's call it what it is. And yet in 2020, Joe Biden won, you fucking idiot. What are you talking about? In 2020, Joe Biden's campaign performance was objectively better than fucking Kamala Harris's current campaign performance. What the fuck are you talking about? It seems like it didn't matter at all for many Americans. What American right now is still talking about 2020, dude? Only Bill Maher. Oh, man, remember how the left went too far in 2020? That's why I'm voting for Donald Trump. I was like, yeah, that guy was going to vote for Donald Trump.
Doesn't need a revolution. It needs fixing.
I hate this shit. What a fucking pathetic little dumbass he is. Just horrible instincts in general, too. So, let's get to another pathetic dumbass, Donald fucking Trump. Look at you crying. I know, man. I got tears in my eyes. I'm so tearful. Billionaire is done and no one can do anything about it. Law, I know. A lot of people don't remember. A lot of people don't remember that one of his most solid fucking bars was when he ripped Hillary Clinton, or sorry, he ripped everyone. He did it to Hillary Clinton as well. But he ripped all the politicians that were on stage with him on the Republican primaries, where he said, I've bought all of these people on stage. I'm a billionaire. I bought all those people on stage. When I make a call, they pick up the call. They don't pick up your call, they pick up my call. That was a moment where a lot of people were like, damn, he's just saying the quiet part out loud. It was a recognition that many Americans have. I think he's basically doing that here as well. The difference, however, is that he was the president for 4 years, and he objectively did not actually drain the swamp, because drain the swamp was an anti-corruption message, right? What was your initial view of Trump? Well, I mean, you can go back and find my initial views of Trump. I said he was a unimaginably dangerous piece of shit. Like an incredibly dire prospect for America's future. There's videos of me debating Jimmy Dore on the Young Turks, where Jimmy Dore was, and I hated Hillary Clinton. I mean, I openly talked about how much she sucked. But by the way, not sure you saw in the GC, but the Ben Shapiro Jubilee VA got claimed. Yeah, apparently it's Jubilee themselves that are claiming it. That's what my manager said. We're talking to the YouTube account manager, but it's not surprising to me. Yeah. If you go back, you can hear my opinion. I fucking talked to Jimmy Dore about how Donald Trump is not is not the peaceful dove that he claims he is, and that while Hillary Clinton is a warmonger as well, certainly Donald Trump has made no assurances that he will do less wars. And not only that, but also the most dire prospect of this, the most dire prospect of the Trump administration, if he were to win, would be for the Supreme Court. All of which came to be true, by the way. I you know, that was when Jimmy Dore also wasn't as like insane as he is now, which is kind of funny to think. Like he used to be kind of cool. He was like anti-cop. He was I bet Matthew Crooks was a Hasan Abi fan. What? Who the fuck is Matthew Crooks? Was that the first Trump shooter? Yeah, definitely, dude. For sure. Yeah, anyway, yeah, Jimmy Dore used to be not as insane. Yeah. It's funny. It's funny to be like, yeah, the fucking registered Republican was probably a Hasan Abi fan. Yeah, dude, definitely. Famous registered Republicans in my audience that are also fans of like YouTube gun guys. So much so that they go and buy their merchandise instead of my merchandise, which you can get at ideology.shop. I think in this day and age, first of all, Biden is the sitting president. That's number one. Number two, while people don't like Biden for understandable reasons, the polarization on Biden is nowhere near as bad as the polarization is on Donald Trump. And last but not least, no, in this fucking media cycle, absolutely we would have forgotten about it. Absolutely. And I gave evidence to this. It wasn't necessarily just, CNN cynically trying to not talk about Trump being shot. They covered it non-fucking stop when it happened. It's just that with our current attention span, things like that normally would change the trajectory of elections get cast aside pretty quickly. Another reason for why it didn't make prominent news was because it didn't fit the normal Republican standard. They couldn't make messaging around it and then have the liberals defend against that messaging. Why? Because the guy was a registered Republican and he was white. And not only was he white, but he fit the school shooter profile. And Republicans hate talking about the school shooter profile of a radicalized white boy with a whole lot of swag. Okay? Because those are their guys. Those are your base. Sure, Jan? No, dude, you're right. It's actually a massive conspiracy from liberal media. And that's the reason why you stopped talking about it as a Trump supporter, dumbass. Why the fuck did Ben Shapiro stop talking about Donald Trump being shot in the fucking ear? Because there wasn't motion there, okay? There wasn't any motion there. There wasn't anything that they could, like, turn into a serious thing. They couldn't commercialize it. They couldn't package it, okay? That was one of the major reasons why the story went away. It's so dumb. It's such copium. Video of you saying Donald Trump was another Republican in 2016. Yeah. So many people will not understand what I mean here, though. I hate Donald Trump and I hate the Republicans. I was right on this, by the way. This is one of my best takes.
Made a headline statement in Japan at the G7 summit regarding world leaders' bafflement with Trump. But Trump is not a new type of politician. Yes, his background isn't in politics, but in reality TV for the most part. Yes, he looks like a discarded leather bag. Yes, his own party still has issues backing him, but Trump's statements are mere reflections of the American populace, and his policy positions that he consistently goes back and forth on are no different than the others in the Republican Party, when it fits the bill.
So if Caitlyn Jenner were to walk into Trump Tower and want to use the bathroom, you would be fine with her using any bathroom she chooses?
That is correct.
Well, the party generally believes that whatever you're born, that's the bathroom you use.
Well, what about you?
And I say let the states decide.
But aside from his similar rhetoric and style to American politicians, Trump's vision or lack thereof at most points is almost identical to what passes for a vision coming from a number of other prominent world leaders. One similarity is that Trump's campaign is almost entirely free of policy. His appeal rests primarily on the cult of personality he's created, with major assistance, mostly from the ass-kissing media, that is. And his supporters follow him for his charisma, much like we follow the Kardashians. With Trump, the messenger is also the message. He doesn't rely on a team of handlers telling him what to say, and he writes all of his own speeches, or composes them off the cuff half the time. While this may seem odd for an American politician, many foreign leaders like Saddam Hussein, Muammar Gaddafi, or even Turkey's current president Recep Tayyip Erdogan have risen to power on the strength of a similarly individualistic appeal. And in his self-written speeches and tweets, Trump channels one consistent sentiment: anger. He taps into the feelings shared by many disaffected, racist, and homophobic Americans that Obama and his cadre of intellectual elites have captured the government, and with it, the culture. Trump rails against this trend and claims he will make the kind of changes that this marginalized group of angry Americans want on the issues they care about, and not on the issues that matter to the liberal media like Black Lives Matter and transgender rights. This is what they think, and not me. Erdogan launched his career on a similar tide of anti-elitism back in 2002. He also leveraged conservative religious values to gain support among rural, poorly educated Turks who felt ignored and abandoned by the existing westernized elite power structure.
This is why I was railing against Trump pretty early on from the start and talked about how dangerous he was. Because the original Donald Trump was Recep Tayyip Erdogan in my fucking life. I saw that shit. I saw that shit from a mile away. This video was on June 12th, 2016. Okay? 8 goddamn years ago. You aged little bro, Sag. I think I look better now than I did there.
Turkey since then has only made headlines for frequent human rights abuses and a political shift that tilted a once thriving democracy towards totalitarianism. and Trump's anger is infused with more than a mere whiff of nativism. His anti-Muslim and anti-immigration sentiments are mirrored by the views of the rising right in Europe. The migrant crisis has played a large part in this increasing tension, with 1.3 million people seeking asylum in the EU, and it's caused a hostile backlash across Europe. Yet these same leaders seem surprised about Trump's success here in the US. And finally, Trump has benefited significantly from the economic downturn. In Europe, the Eurozone crisis has led to the rise of the right wing. And while the American economy is growing, albeit slowly, income disparity persists. As 538 mentions, the state of the American economy is most apparent in income.
This is one thing that people don't understand, including Ezra Klein at New York Times. I was listening to his latest podcast talking to a fucking Manhattan Institute guy. God, he's such a goddamn liberal. People forget that Trump won in 2016 because people were fucking angry about the dire state of affairs in the economy. People now look at, like, in 2024, they're like, what do you mean? The economy is rebounding. The economy is rebounding. Why the fuck are these people not looking at the data? Why the fuck are people not looking at the data? It's like, bro, they were fucked up in 2016 too. The fuck? Why are you comparing the economy now to where it was in 2020? Yeah, it's doing better overall. But at its best, the economy was still not good for the average fucking American. Okay? There is still a massive affordability crisis for everyday Americans. And it existed in 2016. And the party's lack of interest, the Democratic Party's lack of interest in addressing those fucking material problems is part of the reason why people are like, all right, well, fuck you. I'm going to vote for Donald Trump then. I'm going to shake things up.
Stagnation. In 2004, the annual real median household income was around $55,000. 10 years later, it had dropped to roughly $53,000. This economic landscape has left America ripe for a political revolution. Unfortunately, due to our lizard brains and our inability to look away from the shiny, bright object that is Donald Trump, he's been able to capitalize on these conditions to become the weird, tiny-handed voice of this revolution. So I guess what I'm saying is, I'm honestly surprised that an intelligent man like Obama can talk about Trump as a minor oddity and not the threat to democracy he truly represents. World leaders shouldn't be surprised by Trump. They should be terrified and realize that when they look at Trump, they're really looking into the mirror, but with like a really ugly red Make America Great Again trucker hat filter.
You go a pitch up when you're practicing, apparently? What? This is an AI video? No, man. It's an old-ass video. Yeah.
Is in good shape because it's only consequential. President.
Damn, you were a lib? No, I wasn't. The fuck are you talking about? I mean, I was definitely more libbed up in 2016. I've definitely grown more angry since then. But no, my arguments are almost all the fucking same. Like, what are you talking about? That no one cares about the Hunter laptop story, but isn't that story being deliberately blocked from a public forum of election interference? So that's actually a really great question. I don't think that Twitter should have stopped the dissemination of the Hunter Biden laptop story. And they only did it for a short period of time when they like wanted to see if this was like hacked material. But overall, a lot of that stuff was just like revenge porn. Hunter Biden's dick, Hunter Biden doing crack cocaine, shit like that. Ultimately, it was completely inconsequential in the election. It went nowhere. The election interference conversation was also silly because Donald Trump tried to bring it up in the election during the debates, and it actually ended up humanizing Joe Biden because Joe Biden literally was like, yeah, Hunter Biden is my son, and he's a bit of a fuck up. And Americans know a fuck up like that. Every family has one at this point, and I love them. You know? Joe had Mark Zuck on the pod, and he talked about how the FBI hit him up to take it down. Yes, at the time. By the way, this was when Donald Trump was president. Why are we forgetting that? This is the thing that pisses me off. It's so fucking stupid. Like, this was Donald Trump's administration. So it's not like Joe Biden was president at this point. It was Donald Trump that was the fucking president. Okay? Yeah, of course the FBI was like, this shit looks like it's hacked material from Russia. The fuck are you guys doing? Don't post this yet. And then they went back. They looked at the fucking story. They were like, okay, it's not hacked. I was wrong. I thought it was hacked too. I was like, this is a fucking ridiculous story. A blind computer, a blind Trump supporting computer laptop repairman got Hunter Biden's laptop. Hunter Biden left his laptop with this guy and he was too stupid to retrieve the laptop. It's like crazy. It's a crazy story. Sometimes crazy stories are real. Ultimately, the point I'm trying to make is that the original suppression of the story was unwarranted and it was not correct. They should not have done that. But the claim it's election interference is wrong because people still covered it. And actually, there was a massive story about the suppression of the material. And even then, it didn't matter. Hunter Biden is Joe Biden's son. Hunter Biden is not Joe Biden. Hunter Biden is not running for office. He was never the presidential candidate. Does that make sense? Do you understand? So most people were just like, okay, yeah, he's weird. He's wild. Who gives a shit? And Trump still tried to pull that. He kept talking about it over and over again. I would go so far as to say his relentless, like, Hunter Biden, nobody's talking about this. It's election interference. Like, he thought that was his big October surprise. It was nothing. It was a dud. Because all of those stories ended with Hunter Biden. And then the Republicans continued for years into the Biden administration trying to deliberately bring those ties with Hunter Biden and his like ill-gotten gains and obvious like obvious positions, obvious roles that he took on in areas where he had no business taking on these roles. For years and years, they tried to tie that back to Joe Biden. And they failed to do so. There were congressional investigations that were conducted behind closed doors. Now, the reason why they conducted those congressional investigations behind closed doors, as opposed to like the Benghazi meetings or whatever, was because even the Republicans knew that there wasn't enough evidence there, so they could like maybe at least lie about their evidence being some evidence being there, which they did. They lied over and over again. But then at the end of the day, even Republicans were basically like, yeah, this guy's fucking stupid, but it doesn't really tie back to the president. So it went nowhere. Why does people defend Muslim fundamentalism? I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know anyone that defends Muslim fundamentalism or Islamist fundamentalism. I certainly do not. I hate this argument, dude. Unreported crime is not fucking murder or like, I mean, rape is actually an unreported crime, but that's historically been an unreported crime, unfortunately. So the consistency in which people don't report rapes have not shot up. What they're talking about with respect to unreported crime is like minor crime, petty theft, things of that nature. Okay? I love that people will just be like, how the fuck do they know unreported crime is up if it's unreported? Because there's a national survey conducted. There is always a national survey conducted on what kind of, like, have you reported a crime that has taken place? Like, this is a pretty common thing. It's one of the many methods of figuring out, what crime looks like in the country. The problem there, however, is that they try to make it seem like these massive crimes are going unreported and going unsolved when that's not the fucking case. Okay? Ultimately, unreported crime is up, but even then, it's not like significantly higher than normal years. A real part of the problem with respect to unreported crime, by the way, is the lack of interest from the police in doing fucking unreported crime is way up. So an unprovable claim. No, it's not an unprovable claim. Oh my God, guys, there is a national, I forget what it's called, but I think it's called like the National Survey of Crime Victimization Data. Okay. I'm pretty sure that's what it's called. Hold on. Let me find it. The National Crime Victimization Survey, previously called the National Crime Surveys, has been collecting data on personal and household victimization through an ongoing survey of nationally representative sample of residential addresses since 1973. Okay? This survey is then this survey is conducted by the Bureau of Justice Statistics. Okay? And they ask people, like, have you been victim of a crime? Have you seen a crime? Have you experienced the crime and didn't report it? It's just bullshit anyways. A huge reason for the increase of unreported crime is hyper focus on everything being criminal media. That part is also a problem with the analysis here, okay? For sure. Yes, domestic violence and sexual assault is one of the most underreported, underinvestigated, and underprosecuted batch of crimes against people. That is absolutely correct. It's just not a new metric, is what I was simply stating. Okay? And even then, in 2023, there were 22.5 violent victimizations per 1,000 persons aged 12 or older in the United States, which was similar to the 2022 rate. The rate of violent victimization, excluding simple assault for males, decreased from 9.5 to 6.9 per 1,000. So even on the crime victimization data, it's actually not, it's actually readjusted back to normal rates that it was before the fucking blip, post-COVID bump. Okay? And even then, there is a multitude of different reasons as to why the reported crime, U.S. violent and property crime rates have plunged since the 1990s, regardless of the data source. Violent crimes per capita has plunged with a little baby blip. Violent victimizations per 1,000 people have also plunged with a blip. Property crimes are down. Property victimization is down. Okay. That's it. It's just the truth. So even on the National Crime Victimization Survey dashboard, you will see that robbery victimizations that occurred are a smaller percentage of robbery victimizations that occurred in 2023, 42%, than in 2022 were reported to the police. So what they're saying is people are less likely to report robbery claims to the police than they were the year prior. So crime is actually unimaginably high, but people aren't doing anything. The issue here is it's actually directly the fault of the police. Virtually every single person in this chat, I'm sure, at a certain point in their lives, have actually had to deal with cops in this regard. A crime has occurred where someone stole your phone or someone stole this or that, okay? And you went to the cops and they were like, yeah, dog, nothing we can do about it. Sucks to suck. It's happened to me. I used to be a fucking broke boy. And back when I had a phone and losing a phone was of ginormous consequence to me, a massive financial penalty. I went to the cops. I was like, yo, my phone got stolen. I know where it is. Can you go and retrieve it? They were like, no. And ever since then, I'm like, okay, when shit gets stolen, there's not really much you can do. That's not because there is a woke, there's woke police officers out there that are like, nah, we love criminals. It's because they're fucking ginormous dipshits with massive fucking salaries and Nordic style pension plans that are ultimately seen as infallible, that get to do whatever the fuck they want with no repercussions whatsoever. And we don't even expect them to do their fucking jobs. That's the problem. We have a massive problem with policing in this fucking country, and yet dumb fuck Americans still think it's like one of the best institutions that we have to offer. It's so goddamn frustrating. And it's not about like abolishing the police, okay, in its entirety and assuming that society will be fine without any sort of like representation that there are rules and, you know, there's some sort of like some semblance of law and order. The problem is the people that are supposed to do that, their presence does not invoke law and order. Their presence invokes lawlessness and disorder. But many people don't realize that because we have a shit ton of pro-police media and everyone just thinks that they're fucking awesome. And the media rarely ever covers their criminal activities in the same vein as they would if a bunch of people are doing crime that are poor. That's the problem. I want cops to do their fucking jobs, okay? I don't want them to dick around in a fucking subway station, you know, playing Candy Crush or whatever. I don't want their presence in every fucking aspect of American existence. I want them to actually do their fucking jobs when necessary. You know, detective work, that sort of shit. Solve crimes, retrieve stolen assets, things of that fucking nature. And I promise you, they don't need 7 quintillion fucking dollars a day to be able to accomplish this feat. Okay? Their budgets have expanded, their toys get shinier, and yet they are just genuinely god awful at doing their fucking jobs. Also, as crime went down, more and more cops fished for reasons to fuck you, so people had way less trust. At the end of the 90s, we had a huge police forces, and then when crime went away, they got bored. Huh. Isn't that quite a big generalization of what you're doing? No, it's not. It's actually not. I mean, I'm generalizing, I guess, but it's like, it is what the reality is. Police budgets have gone up. And yet, confidence in police is supposed to go down because they're just incompetent in doing their fucking jobs. Meanwhile, they're just not doing their fucking jobs. And people are like, yeah, it must be because the criminals are doing their jobs extra hard. Or it must be that there's too much woke people involved in the process or something. Another $1 billion, please. As the city of LA goes broke, one of the many questions we get is, where are our tax dollars going? The city just started a new fiscal year. And if you want to know how the mayor and a majority of city council increased or decreased departments' operational budgets, see below. Another $126 million to the police, baby. What have we taken away from? Cultural Affairs, Contract Administration, Animal Services, Department on Disability, Economic and Workforce Development Council, Transportation Engineering, City Clerk Mayor, Civil Human Rights and Equity, Youth Development, taken away from the zoo. Street lighting, City Administrative Officer, Public Works, Information Technology Agency, General Services, Sanitation, Fire, Street Services. I can't seem to tell what the problem is here. I just can't. Please. It's like that old meme where it's like, I have $35, or no, what is it? Like, please someone help me make this budget work. And then the one item on the budget is just like $1 million to the drill meme with the candles. Yeah, this is it. Food, $200. Data, $150. Rent, $800. Candles, $3,600. Utility, $150. Someone who is good at the economy, please help me budget this. My family is fucking dying. This post is 2 years old. I've since lost custody of my children and my wife left me. Still wild about candles. And you want to know where a lot of this money is going to, for the record, with the cops? It's not even going to their shiny toys. It's going to payouts because they use those shiny toys on the unsuspecting population. They brutalize the population. And then, of course, people are like, well, I'm going to sue you now. And then they do. And then the city's like, oh, fuck, we got to pay off these people. That and overtime. I know. It's great stuff. LA Times editorial telling it like it is. As I've said before, we're not in a recession. This is not COVID. This is a budget deficit that we made here in City Hall. I think actually the money for payouts doesn't come from their budget. No, it comes from the... No. It doesn't come from the police budgets directly. It still comes from the city budget, though. I believe you and that's true, but which statistic could I find that in? Wait, what? This is literally the comptroller of Los Angeles, dude. What are you talking about? This is the LA City comptroller, Kenneth Mejia. He was elected. I actually fucking I actually pushed for him to get elected. He's fantastic. One of the many different reasons why I, think that you should always vote and you should vote local especially. He is the source. Friendly reminder, liability claim payouts aren't taken out of the budgets of the individual city department that gave rise to the liability. Instead, they mostly come out of the general funds, which is mainly used to fund city services and resources for Los Angelinos. Yeah. So it still comes with the broader city funds. How the fuck did we get here? Oh, we're talking about Donald Trump brought up police and you activated my trap card.
A lot of these cities where they've done this defund the police bullshit.
Right.
The morale of these poor cops, it's fucking horrible.
Yeah, dude, it's the fucking morale of the cops. See, I need you guys to understand something, okay? The reason why they have to make this argument is because we've given them everything, okay? We have given them everything, so they can't be like, oh, the budgets are not enough. That's why they're just like underfunded. They can't say that, so they have to find another reason. They simply cannot say that policing as a fucking institution is fundamentally flawed, both historically and in contemporary society in the United States of America, and that they need accountability, they need more transparency, and they actually need to do their fucking jobs. Nobody wants to say that. Because, once again, due to a shit ton of pro-police media, due to our understanding of the police, due to the fact that a lot of wealthy people also like the police, they see them as like the line of defense against them and the fucking poors, most people have a generally positive attitude about the police. This is true. It's actually very frustrating. So, in a circumstance like this, in a situation like this, people cannot comprehend that this supposedly infallible institution is actually dog shit. They don't do their fucking jobs. So they have to look for an alternative reason. What could it be? You can't say it's the budget because in every fucking township, cops take up the largest percentage of the fucking budget. So what could it be? Oh, it's because we're being too mean to them. We're being too mean to them, and that's why they just simply can't do their jobs. Now, I'm telling you right now, first of all, policing, not the most dangerous job, not even barely in the fucking top 20 of dangerous professions. Just so we understand, that's fucking bullshit. They're lying. They always lie about this shit. Okay. But in terms of, being a pizza delivery driver, significantly more dangerous. being a carpenter is significantly more dangerous. Being a delivery driver is significantly more dangerous. Being a landscaper is significantly more dangerous. Okay? If a percentage of airplane pilots consistently crash planes, we wouldn't say there's a few bad apples, but they're doing a good job. Exactly. Roofing is significantly more dangerous. Lineman, electrician. Are you dumb? No, my friend, I'm not. I mean, I guess I am. I am actually pretty dumb. But in this issue, I think I know a little bit more than you do. I suspect. And the only reason why I say this is because there's statistics for this sort of thing. Okay? I work in construction, is definitely not. Yeah, construction is a more dangerous. Yeah, helpers, construction trades, aircraft pilots and flight engineers, drivers, sales workers, and truck drivers, refuse and recyclable material collectors. Now, having said that, they're fucking heavily militarized. My father's a cop. He gets so mad when I say his job is not dangerous. Yeah. None of these jobs, you could not have a logging worker run around and just fucking dome people. Okay? That is civilian occupations. What do you think policing is? I'm not going to make fun of you for assuming that policing would not be a part of the civilian occupation because of how militarized the police is, but I just want you to know, dude, do you hear yourself? What is happening? Why are people saying this shit? Please shut the fuck up, Hasan. Nope, just dumb, dude. It's okay. Dude, do you hear yourself? Guys, I'm showing you facts. What is happening? You're just denying reality. What the fuck is going on? Next thing, they're going to say line of duty deaths. Okay? Even when you look at line of duty deaths, most of the fucking line of duty deaths, I'm not super brushed up on my stats off the top dome right now, but usually it's not actually fucking cops being shot, okay? In COVID, it was COVID. COVID was the #1 line of duty death killer. It was the biggest cop killer of all time. None of those dumb fucks wanted to take the fucking vaccine. They fucking died, okay? Heart disease is another line of duty death. Traffic accidents, massive fucking contributor to line of duty death, okay? It's not like cops are, constantly under fire nonstop. It's just, that's TV. That's television. Television is telling you this. That's why you think it, okay? Most cops also are not even working in fucking high stress environments, okay? They're working in like rural townships where they don't do anything. That's where a lot of the people actually love their cops too, by the way. A lot more than they do in like a place like LAPD. Oh shit, it went up to 25? It's not even in the fucking top 20 now? They used to be in the top 20 at least. I think it was like 19 or something. And now they're 22. God damn. Working as a police officer about 4.1 times as dangerous compared to the average job nationwide. Now remember something, okay? Would you think it appropriate if logging workers 33 times more dangerous than the average job? Would you think it's appropriate if logging workers were just like running around and could just like dome you? Well, after all, they have a very dangerous job. No, of course not. You'd be like, what the fuck? Imagine your delivery driver comes over to your house and just fucking shoots you in the head. You know? And when people are like, whoa, what the fuck? That's crazy. I can't believe you just did that. That's murder. You're going to jail for life. The guy was like, sorry. Don't you know? I have the 7th most dangerous profession in the United States of America. Like, that would be psychotic. But with cops, we're like, nah, that's valid. But yeah, if you look at officer fatality numbers, what the fuck? 19 cops were beaten to death in total. 1 in 2023. 20 automobile crashes, 118 struck by vehicles, and 46 were shot, which, by the way, doesn't even count. That adds a couple things that they do with this data as well. Number one, they add canine deaths onto this statistic, just so you understand. I don't know if they changed it, but they used to. Number two, there are a lot of friendly fire incidents that is also added to the statistic. Okay. Job-related illness, 24. Some of these are 9/11 still. First responders and cops from 9/11. Okay. 46 were shot. Some friendly fire in 2023. Canine deaths or deaths by canine? No, they factor in police cops that are shot, or police dogs that are shot into the fatality numbers. 8 were struck by vehicle. Sorry, not 118 total. 8 were struck by vehicle. I was wrong. Who got poisoned in 2016? Yeah, I don't know. Dude, it's still a top 25 dangerous job. I agree with you on plenty, but this is a silly point in my opinion. No, it's not, because everybody acts like cops have the most dangerous job of all fucking time. And I'm not saying that policing is not a dangerous job. It certainly is. A big part of the problem for why policing is a dangerous job is because of our fucking idiotic gun laws, as a matter of fact. That is the major contributor to police deaths. It's guns, okay? But God forbid we do anything about that shit. Now, having said that, okay, the mass availability of weapons in an arsenal is the number one reason as to why cops have somewhat of a dangerous job. You're contradicting yourself? No, I'm not. I'm simply stating the reality that policing is not the most dangerous job. It's not even the top 20 most dangerous jobs in the United States of America. And regardless of whether or not it is even remotely dangerous as a job, it still should not give you an allowance to carte blanche kill people extrajudiciously. That is my argument. Carpenters can't just fucking roll up to your house and dome you and then go, sorry, I have a dangerous job. I had to fucking kill you. But cops, we give that affordability to them. We're like, nah, what else can they do? They have to, you know? It's fucking stupid. 56% of police deaths are heart attacks. Anyway. See, but this is the real reason. Carpenters do not need to respond to violence in the hood. And there you have it. This is the other reason as to why people think like, oh, dude, policing is a dangerous job, because they're dealing with black people, and black people are violent and scary. That's the other reason why Americans love cops. They are the first line of defense against poor people and also specifically black people. That's not what I meant. What did you mean? Is violence in impoverished areas non-existent? Of course it's not non-existent. I would never say that it's non-existent. The problem is, despite the violence in impoverished areas, policing, not the most dangerous job. That's the point. Actually, you're assuming hood is full of black people. Yeah, you're right. If he said carpenters don't need to respond to violence by thugs, I would be the racist one for assuming what he meant. What are we doing here? Did the Joe Rogan brigade bring in the dumbest people on the planet? What the fuck's happening? You think this is my first time with like racially charged language? What are you, fucking stupid? Delivery drivers famously don't deliver fucking goods to the hood, okay? Yeah. Hey, I didn't know that carpenters didn't work in the hood. That's crazy. Most people should turn to carpenters to avoid crime then. Except they would still be doing a much more dangerous job than policing. So yeah, statistics from the FBI and Officer Down Memorial page. Around 50 to 60 police officers are fatally injured in the line of duty each year in the U.S. By gunfire. This includes deaths due to felonious assaults, while 1,000 civilians are killed by the police each year in the U.S. This includes justified killings in self-defense or defense of others, as well as controversial or unjustified incidents. Chat is gaslighting you. Calling people racist who call out dog whistles is crazy work. I know. Like, yeah. Cops also kill like what, 10,000 dogs a year or some shit? Something crazy. What's the number of fucking dog killings that cops engage in? Like an insane number, like a lot more than you would think. It's actually fucking nutty. Can you imagine if the delivery guy did that? Like the delivery guy comes over to your house. He's like, here's your package. Oh shit, I'm scared by your dog. Boom, domed your fucking dog. That would be ridiculous. You'd be like, what the fuck? Congress would act tomorrow, okay? Congress would be like, we are putting an end to this yesterday. Are you fucking kidding me? More than just collateral damage, pet shootings by the police. Where is the number? There's got to be a number here. Oh my God, the Department of Justice estimates that American police officers shoot 10,000 pet dogs in the line of duty each year. I mean, they kill 1,000 humans each year, 1,000 minimum. Read the last paragraph. Pet shootings can seriously damage public relations for law enforcement agencies, especially during an era when the news seems to be saturated with stories concerning police using excessive force against unarmed civilians. The American Civil Liberties Union even classifies pet shootings as one symptom of the increased militarization of American police forces. Additionally, lawsuits brought by bereaved owners can cost agencies and taxpayers hundreds of thousands of dollars. This article explores these and other related issues and presents simple solutions to help reduce the number of companion animal shootings by police in the United States. They're doing a pet genocide every year, bro. It's crazy. It is one of the most indefensible. It is one of the most indefensible institutions. And it's so funny because unless you're directly a cop or have an immediate family member that is directly a cop, it's not benefiting you. Okay? Like, I'll tell it to you like this. Okay? The way that my relationship with police has changed throughout my life. And that is directly a consequence of the house that I live in, right? Like, if you are rich in general, cops absolutely treat you differently. Okay? Let me just explain that to you real quick. Okay? Obviously, there's other circumstances. Like if you're black, it doesn't really matter all that much. If you're black or brown, you know, objectively or openly black or brown, you can't really, you know, there's still a problem there. But even as a rich boy, okay, I pay a fuck ton in taxes. And I despise the fact that a lot of those taxes at the state level, at the local level, a lot of that goes to policing. An institution filled to the brim with fucking corrupt charlatans who can't do their goddamn jobs right. I'm not saying, you know, just destroy the institution and just like put cops in prison or whatever the fuck, right? Like I do understand that there is a necessity for a democratically organized or not democratically organized, doesn't matter. Like some form of policing is a necessity for society to operate, okay? I am not that kind of anarchist. I'm not an anarchist at all. Having said that, it is very obvious that the current order of business is a failure, right? Current order of business is a failure. I, as a tax-paying citizen, despite the fact that cops like treat me better now than they ever did in my entire life, still recognize that they're, one, dog shit at their fucking jobs, two, unnecessarily violent, and three, eating away at the budgets of the beautiful city that I'm in that I wish would spend money on the actual crime apprehension, which is, fixing some of the underlying material inequalities, adding on to social services, having weekend programs, after school programs. Like, these are phenomenally successful at reducing crime, especially in impoverished neighborhoods. Okay? That's what's really fucking annoying about this process. It's like, it fucks you up too. Even if you're a rich person, okay, it still fucks you up. Street lights don't get fixed. The roads don't get fucking fixed. The library closes down. All this shit. Oh, there could be better homelessness prevention programs in the city, but we don't have that because all the money is going to the fucking cops. It sucks. It's stupid. Yeah. Parks and recreations is like subpar. I hate that. I love my parks. Who benefits from this? If you're a person, regardless, if you're an American citizen that is not a police officer, you do not benefit from the current order, okay? You don't. But you've been primed into believing that these guys are like these brave fucking warriors that are diving in front of dicks before rapes happen or some shit. And that's not what's going on. Ukraine still has problems comprehending cop culture in America. The cops here are mostly gray and rarely ever pull their weapons out or act out of fear of their own life. Yeah, and the funny thing is, there's still issues with policing there too. Okay? There's issues with policing everywhere. The problem is, in America, it's so much worse. Like, it is so objectively bad. But yeah, even, look, dude, in Japan, you go up to a cop and you ask them for fucking directions, they're going to help you. Okay, they're going to sit around and they're going to help you. Anywhere else you go, in Europe, you go up to cops and you ask them for help, they're going to help you. They see themselves as public servants. In America, go ask a cop for help. Actually, don't do that because I don't want you to fucking get into trouble, okay? I do not want you to get in trouble. But the president, I cannot explain this enough to people that are not in the United States of America, okay? Maybe if you live in a small town and you know the fucking cop and the cop like fucked your cousin in high school or something, maybe it's different there. I didn't live in a small town ever in America, so I don't know what that looks like, okay? But in a major city, and I've only lived in major cities. I lived in Miami. I lived in New Jersey. You know, it was college. It's different. You know, my mom used to live in New York and also in Los Angeles, California. In none of those fucking places, okay? In none of those places, it was New Brunswick, Chaz. Shut the fuck up. It was a college campus. There's hella fucking cops, okay? Suck my dick. Literally smack dab in like the 7th poorest city in New Jersey. Shut the fuck up and listen to my words, okay? I'm telling you right now, okay? There's never been a fucking moment. There has never been a fucking moment where I've like walked up to a cop and not immediately felt uncomfortable or scared. Ever. Still to this day. Okay? Still to this fucking day. Why? Well, number one, it's a dickhead that's standing in front of you with a high school degree, if at that, with an arsenal of weapons. And not only is this a authoritarian dickhead with an arsenal of weapons at his disposal, the law protects him when he uses it, even inappropriately. And even if it doesn't get to that, okay, why are you making fun of high school degrees, law, working class, what the fuck? Yeah, okay, suck my dick, okay? Wow, I can find high school degrees. That's not the point that I'm making, okay? I'm saying they're fucking stupid, okay? Shut the fuck up. Dudes who fucking failed out of like 4th grade. Cops are working class. No, they're class traders. They're not working at the interest of working class. Even though technically they're wage laborers, they famously do not work in the interest of wage laborers. You know, go to a fucking strike and see if the cops are actually working class or not, okay? Anyway. What is this? Here, just show this for non-Americans. Pretty good restraint on not pulling the trigger. Anyway. China's dumping their garbage into the ocean and it's actually fucking coming our way. China dominates renewable energy and coal power forecasts. China's status as the colossus of renewable energy is set to be cemented in the next 5 years, with the world's second biggest economy adding more capacity than the rest of the globe combined. The International Energy Agency said its renewables in 2023 report released on Thursday that China will account for 56% of renewable energy capacity additions in the 2023-2028 period. China is expected to increase in renewable energy capacity by 2,060 gigawatts in the forecast period, while the rest of the world combined will add 1,574. The European Union and the United States are the next biggest builders of renewable energy at 429 gigawatts and 337 gigawatts respectively. It's worth noting, though, that India forecasts at 203 gigawatts of renewable capacity, while the 11 countries that make up the Association of Southeast Nations combined are expected to boost capacity to a combined 63 gigawatts. This shows that Asia is the dominant force in renewable energy deployment, which is also part of the real reason why America is like, or Trump is at least, anti-renewable energy. Because he's like, China's cleaning our lunch. We got to destroy the planet before they fucking dominate in renewable energy. And then everyone wants to use renewable energy. We got to fucking kill everybody. It's like, we got to do something about it. We got to light the planet on fire before we get to this gay, woke, renewable energy. We can't do it. We can't deal with it. If we flip the table while the game is in motion, then who's to say who won? Like, straight up. China's coal-fired power boom may be ending amid slowdown in permits. Permits for coal-fired power plants dropped by 83%, despite leading the world in construction as focus turns on renewables. As far as I understand, I think they modernized their existing coal power structure in order to limit its own output, its own carbon footprint, and then they're still very much full scale going in the direction of renewable energy. That's where the fucking coal power shit was coming from. If you click on me, I could talk about the coal thing in China in great detail. China's coal is way more clean, by the way, more efficient. 8 out of the 10 largest coal plants in China are ultra super critical. US has 0. China remains world leader in clean coal-fired power generation technologies, which, by the way, this is what I'm talking about when I say clean coal, more clean. They got cleaner coal. We got to clean our coal. Now, of course, this doesn't mean that it's actually, net zero or anything like that, just so you understand. But I think this is what they were working on with their existing with their existing energy infrastructure, modernizing it so that there's less pollution overall as they move towards renewable energy. That's where that new coal plant, power plant production number comes from. Reverse China glaze time. China produces more CO2 per capita than basically every European country, although the US and Canada are still significantly greater than China. Holy fuck. Qatar, Bahrain, Kuwait, UAE, Brunei, Trinidad and Tobago, Oman, Saudi Arabia, Australia, Canada, United States, Russia, South Korea, Kazakhstan. China is here. China pollutes so much, but what is Trump putting tariff on? All right, electric vehicles. America is sitting on a massive stockpile of fossil fuels, and as long as that has value on a global market, it is an asset. If America and the world move away from fossil fuel sources, it is literally damaging USA's economic strength. Yeah, if only there was some initiative to leverage against this finite resource that is destroying the planet in its extraction and its utilization, and therefore America turned around. Therefore, the United States of America turned around and tried to be an renewable energy leader, but they didn't. And now China has taken over on that front. Meanwhile, you got fucking dumbasses. Like, the IRA was fine. Okay, listen. A bunch of branded initiatives, especially in terms of EV battery manufacturing capabilities and whatnot, are not bad. What's frustrating about it is that if you ask the number one greatest fucking proposal of all time, even that had like obviously silly things baked into it, but the best way to communicate renewable energy, like moving towards renewable energy, would have been by slapping it on with an objectively popular historical piece of legislation that truly revitalized the American economy at a time when, things were really bad. Maybe put a word like green in front of that very popular, all-encompassing broad piece of legislation like a New Deal. And of course, predictably, the multi-billion-dollar fucking oil and gas industry made mincemeat of that, and the Democrats stopped fucking defending it. Green New Deal is the best way to communicate this. It's not just renewable energies, but it's also a fucking jobs program. Okay? It's straight up a jobs program. And of course, despite this reality, they aggressively prosecuted it with fake bullshit. And now most Americans think Green New Deal means AOC is going to come to your house and kill you if you eat a burger. Not this much of an idiot. It's not rusty old equipment. It's modern equipment, and they can move that shit to a neighboring country. They don't have to lug it back to the USA. Dog, I am describing the way that normal military practice works in the United States of America. You're wrong. They of course don't leave like the best new technology behind. They do fly that back. But what I'm describing is standard operating practice. It is just how it works. Okay? The Humvees that were left behind were supposed to be the Afghan army and their Humvees. Like, they're not, what do you mean? Or standard operating procedure, sorry, not practice. Standard operating procedure. I don't think a lot of people understand, like, the American military is very fucking expensive and very destructive on the planet. And that is when they're not bombing. Even when they're not bombing areas, they're still very destructive. You definitely can admit they didn't operate with a plan. They fucked that up. Dude, I'm sorry. You are such a fucking stupid person if you think that the Defense Department was like, oopsie, we left behind valuable munitions and equipment in Afghanistan. One, this withdrawal was Donald Trump's plan. Joe Biden executed it. He demonstrated political courage to execute the plan. Okay, to actually do a withdrawal from Afghanistan. Every single conflict that the United States of America is engaged in overseas, they always leave behind older military equipment, either for the domestic forces that they've trained or directly leave behind discarded military equipment. Why do they do this? Because that military equipment oftentimes needs technical prowess to operate and requires constant maintenance, and those parts are inaccessible. So the idea is, instead of lugging all this old surplus shit back and trying to fix it and then, I don't know, reintegrate it into the military, since we already have a steady flow of new weapons that we're building on a regular basis, shouts out to the military industrial complex, we just leave this shit behind. The idea that you were like supposed to take it out of Afghanistan and send it somewhere else is a logistical nightmare that the Defense Department does not want to engage in. This is silly. They literally left people behind. And yes, it was originally botched by Trump. I agree. But due to that, the Dems overreacted and pulled out too abruptly. What do you mean? What are you talking about? This was not fucking botched by the Democratic Party nor the Department of Defense under Democratic leadership. It's not Joe Biden also making these decisions ultimately. In terms of the logistics, it's a 20-year occupation with a litany of different complications and many fuck-ups. Okay? Having said that, it's not like Biden was like, pull out now, Jack! And then they were like, oh, no, but we have our stuff. What do you mean? Like, but we just left behind all this like cool shit. Like, we need to take it out. And Joe was like, no, I said, give it to the Taliban. Pull out now. Give it to the Taliban. It's not haha felt like that. Just think critically, please. The American military employs hundreds of thousands of people that are specifically working on shit like this. There is a chain of command. Just because Joe Biden is sitting on top of it doesn't mean that he just gets to go, all right. Yeah. He called up the CENTCOM commander and he was like, he called up the CENTCOM commander and the CENTCOM commander was like, listen, Mr. President, I know you're the commander in chief, but we have an arsenal here that would be really dangerous if the Taliban got their hands on it. They're making real quick advances, much faster than we originally thought. The Afghan military is falling apart. And Joe was like, pull out now. I don't care. I love the Taliban. Have you seen those boys on roller skates? I want them to have the best gear. And the CENTCOM commander was like, all right, sir, we're doing it. The left villainize men and then act surprised they vote for Trump. Man, shut the fuck up. You're such a bitch. Okay? No, this is such bitch-made ass bullshit. First of all, I'm a man, dumbass. Okay? I'm a man too. All right? The idea that like, men are being vilified, that's why I'm such a fucking ginormous pussy that I just decided that I'm going to change my entire worldview. Like, I hate this shit. I hate it so much. Be a fucking man, okay? Stop being a goddamn bitch. Oh, people were mean to me. People were mean to me. First of all, half the time when people are criticizing something like toxic masculinity, you don't have to subscribe to that. You don't have to be like, that's me. They're shitting on me. You can maybe look at it and then decide that there's valid criticisms there. And if you recognize some of your own behavior in what they're criticizing, maybe change it. I hate this shit. Anyway.
But I got a call, and it was from him, meaning his people.
Nah, he's right. It's the English teacher vibes y'all give off. What? English teacher vibes? What English teacher vibe? What English teachers told you to stop being a fucking bitch? You broke this chatter about crypto. They were previously subscribed for 14 months. Wait, this is a crypto lever? Trump 2024? Oh my God, not men. Spam M word. Whining about NFT being a scam instead of making filthy money, Lamau. Oh my God. Oh my God. This is a unique one. In the where are they now category, this is one of my favorite ones. Respect, chatter. I hope your portfolio is doing fantastic. Multi-millionaire streamer telling audience NFTs are a scam. Cars are a depreciating asset, Lamau. Wait 5 years, chat. See you then. Y'all are late. Sell it after you screenshot. You can't, Lamau. Knowing nothing about crypto but still forming opinions, Lamau. Sounds like chat. How am I coping, Lamau? Keep thinking crypto is a scam. See you in 5 to 10 years. It didn't even take 5 to 10 years, bro. What happened? Isn't branding ivermectin a horse dewormer, a form of misinformation when it has been used as humans for decades safely? Not saying it's good for COVID. Yo, how's that fucking crypto punk you're holding, dude? Are you filthy rich off crypto? What happened? Why is this guy not responding? How are your apes doing, big dog? The funniest part is if he had listened to me, he wouldn't be in a worse financial situation overall. Okay? Because that's what I was warning my fan base about. What I was warning my fan base about at the time was don't get into this crypto shit. It's fucking nonsense. It is so stupid. Please do not get scammed. And this guy was like, nah, dog, I'm going to get scammed and there's nothing you can do about it, you fucking stupid idiot. Shroud is currently playing a crypto game right now. Why aren't my messages showing up? Okay. Are you actually telling me that NFTs are not a scam? Because Shroud is playing a crypto game? Is that what you're saying? I think it's pretty funny because I was just talking about how like there's a lot of dumbasses out there who are pro-Trump who, you know, think about all the dumb people that get duped into crypto schemes. Like think about all the dumb people that get duped into crypto schemes. Those guys are all voting for Trump. And this guy just proved that. Like right there. You couldn't have even, I couldn't have written this. I don't think you understand crypto and NFTs. Stick to being a fake socialist, you dumbass. Lol. Good one, dude. To be fair, NFTs are a scam, but projects like Chainlink are working with the IMF, Swift, JP Morgan to bring up real assets in the blockchain. Yeah. It's great. Is there more from this guy? I want to hear more from this guy. They are not inherently a scam. So how's your NFT portfolio doing? If they weren't a scam. How's your NFT portfolio doing? You got the podium. You making billions now? The fuck are you doing? Shroud isn't live. Did Chatter fall for a fake crypto Shroud stream? Oh my gosh, Shroud is not even live? Wait, no way. Shroud is probably playing COD right now. It just came out. There's no fucking way. That Chatter is really lost in the sauce. He's not responding about the questions directed at his current NFT portfolio. Dude. I can't. Okay. Dude. Nah, I can't finish this for now. I'm gonna get back to it. I'm an hour and 12 minutes into the Rogan Trump interview. Is by far the worst single major political candidate I've ever seen in my life. Embarrassing isn't a strong enough word. I'm in awe of how horribly stupid it is. Here was Joe Rogan, by the way. Here's what he had said previously about interviewing Donald Trump, which is, I think, an interesting moment of self-reflection. And then we'll get to something even scarier than a potential for a second Trump presidency. This time, we'll be talking about scary games. So, I'll be playing some fucking scary ass games like I promised. Yeah, see, it says 8 hours and I haven't lied to you. This is a clip from an interview that Joe Rogan conducted with Lex Friedman a long time ago. I forget when, but this is before the interview that he did with Trump.
I'm not a Trump supporter in any way, shape, or form. I've had the opportunity to have him on my show more than once. I've said no every time. I don't want to help him. I'm not interested.
I'm not going to play Silent Hill 2. Shut the fuck up. Okay, I have a short scary game lined up called Baisu. I have a couple short scary games. Baisu, Don't Scream, and The Exit 8. Okay? Stop.
Interested in helping him.
The night is still young. We'll see.
If I have him on, the night is still young?
Yeah.
You think I'll have him on?
I think you'll have him on.
Really? Yeah. Why do you think that? Because you'll have Putin on?
And you're competitive as fuck. No.
Delusionality was a word made for you? What? What is going on today, man? W Trump, stupid chat. Hasan Abi, you're so dumb. At least I'm happy that we have like Trump supporters in the chat again, and it's not just like fucking people who say that they're liberal, but then also are like perma tilted about fucking, you know, doing genocide in Gaza.
Dealers.
Wait, what am I doing? Oh, let's finish this.
I think ultimately, I mean, you've had a lot of people that I think you may otherwise be skeptical. Would I have a good conversation? Which I think is your metric. You don't care about politics, so can I have a good conversation? And I think you had like people like Kanye on, for example, and you had a great conversation with them. I think I think
yeah, but Kanye's an artist. Like, but Kanye doing well or not doing well doesn't change the course of our country.
Yeah, but do you really bear the responsibility of the course of our country based on a conversation?
So this is really interesting because this comes with a recognition that his interviews have the capacity to fucking normalize certain positions and maybe even offer like good PR, good positive PR to certain people.
I think you can revitalize and rehabilitate someone's image in a way that is pretty shocking.
It's shocking that Joe Rogan was like not oblivious to that. So this means that when he did this to Alex Jones, when he did this to all these like white supremacists, he did it deliberately. Imagine changing your opinion on someone. Yeah, I can. I know that. I understand that. I wasn't showing this to be like Joe Rogan's mind hasn't changed or something. I was showing this interview, or I was showing that conversation specifically to show you that he changed his mind on it. That's why I showed you that. What the fuck? Oh, we got to do epic rap battles of history too. Sorry, before the scary game. That's right.
Epic rap battles of history. Donald Trump wasn't.
I've got the best word plays. Ask my supporters. I've got more disabilities than a New York Times reporter. You're a scam. Your whole nomination is a hoax. Your party is so pro-choice they aborted a state's right to vote. Pencil-pushing pussy bows think you could scare me with prison? Get your mugshot and your mugshot. Then come talk to me about convictions. You're the radical left. You should be embarrassed. The way you divide our country, I'll call you Camel Toe Harris. Your inflation's got our nation clipping coupons. While it's leaking worse than a wet lab in Wuhan. I had every American's 401k thriving. Stock market's higher than the planes full of migrants you fly in. And don't even try to deny the cognitive decline you were hiding. Prop it up Joe like it was Wicked and Biden. I'm here to teach you what losing to a winner feels like. Ask Pence. I know how to drop a mic.
I know you're not all ears, but listen up close. You are JD Vance's beer and level weird. You are gross. You've been bending American decency over a barrel. Giving Lady Liberty the finger like Beasley and Carol in that big creepy house with our secrets stacked in piles. From documents to pedos, you spend too much time with files. Having sleepovers with Laura Loomer? What's going on with you? Can't you afford more than Timu Melania? You failed in your own city. Bank ballot box in court. You're home alone too. You lost in New York. I was there on January 6th. It wasn't fun for me. Just like your bowels, I was evacuated suddenly. You are history's least hopeful. Presidential hopeful. Mood swinging wildly like stock and Truth Social.
General Secretary of the Chinese Communist Xi Jinping, please activate it. Activate the nukes, please, sir. I cannot go on. Xi, save me. Xi, please, save me.
I'm here to build bridges from Texas to Niagara Falls.
She's even got better wow!
I hope you wrote that commie crap in red because you're taking a huge loss. Is anything worse for you than Afghanistan did for your boss? A man handed you everything you ever did. You couldn't make your own way, couldn't even make your own kids.
Your mommy was absent when you were just a little baby. And if she saw you now, she'd wish she were a childless cat lady. And if your racist landlord daddy wasn't dead to kill him, seeing me living rent-free in your head.
Well, I know how you failed the bar exam after that. I guess the half of you whose job it is to rap isn't black.
Oh, good one. You ketchup-smelling edgelord. You rock the beat softer than Stormy Daniels' headboard.
I can't believe I'm even in a race with this hog. Hope you're in makeup in Ohio, cause they're eating the dogs.
Donald, I'm putting you away like a rapist back in Cali. You should leave this battle early, like the crowds at your rallies.
I have all the biggest rallies.
Yes, well, I've got Taylor Swift.
You're ugly.
You are ugly.
Well, you're a Marxist.
Jumping Jesus H. Huckleberry Christ on a crutch. No one wants to fight about politics this much. You, Madam Red, White, and Pantsuit. Don't let getting higher be the greatest thing you ever do. And you, baby back ribs up in heaven. Try not to slide democracy straight to chapter 11. I've come here on the back of my musky antlered beast with a message for whichever.
I don't think I've ever cringed more than in this very moment. Oh my God. Bro. No. Oh my God. It's so bad. Oh
Point
my
of
God.
view's obsolete. This government was founded on self-evident truths. So keep it of the people, by the people, for the people. Malls. Who won? Who's there? Protest What's up, Richard? What's up, Richard? Ground news.
Old news sources
Okay, we're not gonna watch the rap ad. Did these used to be good, or are we all cringe? I mean, we're if you thought that they were good, then yes, you are cringe. Stop, chat. Oh my God, chatters are such fucking dinguses that they're literally like, come on, watch the Marx one. Like, they literally are like, dude, y'all are so fucking annoying. Okay, here, I'm gonna start with the Exit 8. This is apparently Japan's most famous, most popular scary game. Why is it not launching? Turn off the lights. Brother, there are no lights on right now. There's only one light shining on my face. That's it? That's the game? Hello? Hello? Keep left. Camera shake. Borderless. Okay, motion blur is off. FOV 100. Okay, I have no idea what this game is about. Like, I'm not even kidding. I just genuinely don't know. Spot the difference. Gotta pay attention to every detail. Okay. I mean, this hall is different. Dental clinic. Oh, this is different. You have to read the Japanese on the posters? Wait, go back, read the sign? Don't overlook any anomalies. If you find anomalies, turn back immediately. If you don't find anomalies, do not turn back. To go out from exit 8. Okay. Maybe it's starting now. Will this guy kill me? Follow the dude. Where you going, bro? Sir? Sir? Wait. Hello? Why'd he stop? Can I, do I have any other things that I can do? Wakarimashita. Onegashimasu. Moshi moshi. Mizu doku desu ka? Exit to doku desu ka? Okay. Mason. Deguchi. Doku desu ka? Keep left. Level 0 again. But I don't know where the anomalies begin. Dog salon. Am I soft locked? Actually, wait, this is different. I don't remember this. Dude, this game is the worst for my ADHD. So do I go back now? Movie F's. Palipico. Concourse. Exit 8. What if this was the whole game? Kind of scary, right? Okay, so it's at 0. Okay, so I'm going forward. And he has a phone. Differences are in images on posters, demand the lights, the signs, etc. If you notice an anomaly, go back to the number. You'll know you did good if the number increases. If you did wrong, it will reset to 0. Okay. He has a phone in his hand. Is that normal? Makeup art photo exhibition. Eyes brown on this one. Oh, 0 doesn't have anomalies. Oh! I made it! Okay, security camera left side, that's fine. No smoking, but the cigarette is... I don't remember the cigarette being green. I think considering that the cigarette is green is different. And so I think that it's not right. Oh, there's also supposed to be another door here. So I just go back. Level 2. I did it. Okay. It's not going to have an anomaly 2 at a time, right? Camera vent. This guy's hair is different. Was the other guy bald? Are the light counts different? Wait, you have to count the lights? I think this is different too. Oh! Failed. Wait, where the fuck's the guy? Oh, what the fuck? What does that mean? I gotta go back, right? Okay, good. What the fuck? All the posters are the same. Okay, turn around. That was easy. Okay, it's starting to get creepy. Level 2. Got back to level 2. I feel like the posters start late. 2 vents. One vent. Tiles. Guy has a phone, same haircut, same mustache. Two vents up here, another vent there. One camera midway. Says concourse up here. Says exit 8 up here. Long dogs, Jui. Makeup art. Movie fez. I think this might be the safe one. Unless there's a... Am I missing something? Like the tiles? Yellow line isn't dead center on the floor. It's never dead center on the floor. No, this is safe. Chat is second guessing me. Yeah, you were wrong, chat. See, it's dead center here, but it's not dead center on the other. Fuck you, chat. How the fuck am I supposed... Wait, it might be... Oh, a door is missing. There's 3 doors normally. Okay, we leveled up. Level 4. We have to count the tiles? What do you mean? What was that noise? Date on the first poster change? No, it's 8/8. I don't know if it's 2023 though. You have to count the air molecules. Is the yellow line not centered? It's not. Dog salon, Jui. I think this seems good. Concourse. The yellow line is off by 1 tile. Go back. I don't know. What's the point of no return? Wait, no. I do have to go back. Oh, wait. Vents are fine. Here's the vent right here. 2 vents. Eye poster, security camera in operation. That's normal. Oh! Level 5. What the chat, what do I do? What the fuck? That's crazy. What the fuck does that mean? Do I go forward? I mean, it means it's different, but like, are they supposed to... Do they kill me if I walk over there? Probably still look for anomalies. I mean, that's an anomaly. Fuck that. Level 6. Wait, does it end at level 8? With a smile. I think this poster is different. What? Oh! What the fuck? What does that do? Oh my God. Eight open. I think this poster is different. Is there a vent missing? No. One's right there. One's here. This might be correct. One camera here, one camera all the way down there. Red lights. Three doors. One's a different color. What do you mean? The poster differences are large, not small. Oh. All right, I'm doing it. Oh my God. Doors are smaller. Man, chat, shut the fuck. Yo, chatters are like, yo, he's looking at chat to get advice, except like chat is giving me the wrong advice. Is this the last? Is this the last chapter? I have to pee. I gotta piss. Go piss, girl. Ugh. Is this actually the last mission? Be honest. Is actually the last level? Looked up how to beat it? No, I didn't. When I was turning the corner, leaving the bathroom, I got scared. Thinking that something crazy was going to happen. doors are the same. 2 vents. I think a hair was out of place on us. I think this is clear, chat. Oh. Doorknob's in the middle. What the fuck? Wait, why is it still saying 8? Wait, what happened? I think this is correct. If you miss something, it restarts at 8. Wait, what? I didn't miss something. I think... Oh, wait. What do I do? Chat, what the fuck do I do? What the fuck do I do? What the fuck do I do? Do I run back? Oh, God. That's a change, right? Oh, my God. It's 8 again. Wait. Wait, what is happening? I'm getting it right. The anomalies. Why are you looking at me, bro? It's one of those classic California brownouts. What the fuck is that thing? It's 8 again. Okay. He's running fast. It's 8 again. It's gonna stay 8 until you win because you're at the last level. Oh, you need to clean 8 to exit. This looks like it is. Unless some freaky shit is about to happen. Exit 8. Posters look right. Cigarette is blue. It is always blue. That hatch is there. 2 vents. 2 doors. Doorknobs are clear. Lights are clear. Ceiling looks good. Check the red poster. What do you mean? It's the same. There's an extra smoke poster? Yeah, there is one. I'm pretty sure. Yes! Fuck you, chatters! Bro. He did it! This is so funny. It's funny that this is Japan's scariest game. Thank you for using the underground passageway. We apologize for any inconvenience this may cause you. There are 19 anomalies that have not been found. We appreciate your understanding and corroboration. Dude, chat beats us on gaming? Fuck you mean? Chat beats us on gaming. I did that shit on my own, dog. Are you crazy? I did that in spite of chat. In Japan, noticing weird things in public is the scariest shit. Yeah, chat was wrong 97% of the time. Please read the title of this review of Exit 8. Comfy Cozy Gaming. Exit 8 review. It's not loading. Review. Exit 8 is the perfect baby's first horror game to dip your toes in the genre. Well, where are my haters now? A lot of haters of mine say I'm a baby. But guess what? I think I proved my haters wrong. I think I did a pretty fantastic job at not being a baby and being brave instead. Some of the devs' earlier work is really good. Mouth washing. What the fuck is this?
Mouthwash! Mouthwash!
This shit is fucking lame, dog. Why, dude? What the fuck's wrong with you? Why is everything lame? Why do you consider this to be lame? Please play PT. No, I will not be playing PT. I have played PT. I kind of want to do Don't Scream, but I'm like legitimately scared of Don't Scream, so I think I'm going to do Baisu instead. I forget who it was, but someone told me that there's like real stories that people turn into a video game. It's like horror stories that people send in. What is it called? Uh-oh. Fears to Fathom Home? Yeah. Unlimited. Screen precision 80%. View distance quality high. I'm finna cry, but respect you're a real gamer for playing PT. I think I still have the PlayStation with PT on it. So, what is this? You're a cop?
Damn, I fell asleep again. It's almost 10 p.m.
I'm a cop.
I should finish up some work and head back home.
ACAB includes you in this game? Okay, chill. What the fuck? Bro, it was too loud, so I put it to 72, and then it was too low. Put it back to 90, and it's too loud. Makes no dang sense. Examine left. The letter on the table. I got a good boy with me. Let's go. Okay. ACAB doesn't mean all cops. You know what I mean? Not dog cops. Hold on. You can use numerical cues or voice command Bella to activate voice commands. Press and hold V. You can use these commands. Stay. Orders Bella to stay. Follow. Orders Bella to follow you. Say search. Search. Follow. Oh shit! Good girl. Sit. Bella, sit. Bella, search. She ain't searching. Why is the precinct empty? FBI 10 wanted most few. Robert William Fisher, Eugene Palmer, Arnoldo Jimenez. Lots of crime shit. Follow. Search. Search. This is a pickupable item, I think, right? What the fuck? Nope. Can't pick this up. This dumbass don't know how to search, bro. Exit the station to skip the tutorial? No. Pick up the cameroid and take a photo of the board. Where's the cameroid? Oh. Oh. That was a dog shit ass photo, bro. And whatever. Place the VHS tape in the evidence room. Bella, find the VHS tape. Groiper War Vet playing War Thunder. Yo, where's my fuck ass dog, bro? What the hell? Oh, here it is. To play the VHS tape, press the right mouse button on the VHS player to insert it. Wait for it to load, press the left mouse button on the VHS player. Please wait. Bella, we're about to watch this movie. It don't seem like it's playing. Oh. What the is that a beaver? What the hell? That's all I got. Oh, this was to teach me how to play a VHS. That's true. Cops are fucking stupid. So. Turn this off. This thing is probably useful. I can't pick it up though. Oh, never mind. It's a body cam. Don't need those. Right, Bella? You know what I'm saying? Fucking hell. I hate crime and criminals. Unless I'm the one doing it. Unless I'm the dang one doing it. I am the one who knocks. Whoa. Phone's ringing. Wait. How the hell? Yellow.
Hello. Help us, please. Maple Street. 22, please.
Domino's Pizza. I'm at help you.
Strange. I've never heard of 22 Maple Street. I'll have to check it out.
Pick up the body cam from the logger. Don't need that. Don't need that. Am I some kind of pussy? Come on. Don't need the body camera. Come on. Who needs that? Why are there condoms everywhere on the fucking police station? Guess they were teaching Dora how to do safe sex. And Linda too. I'll bet it was Hank having gay sex. Just like that one precinct in Mississippi, where that one lady cop fucked the whole dang precinct. Ugh. I hate that. Bella, I hate that these woke libtards make me put this goddamn body camera on. Let me tell you something. I hate it. Back in my day, you could beat on a perp without having the entire office come after you. All right, here we are, 22 Maple Street. K9 unit inbound.
I think it's the right address. Let's check it out.
Kai's not even looking at me. Raining cats and goddamn dogs. All right, let's get you out of here.
Come out, Bella. Let's go check this house out. I think someone needs help.
Wait, can't close the door. Don't know why. Think I need a dang flashlight. What the dang going on? It's the police. Hello. It's the dang police. Hello?
It's locked. No one is answering the door.
All right.
Let's try to find
Guess
another
we're gonna
way
do
in.
one of those routine breaking and entering style situations, if you know what I mean. Considering
Broken window, but I can't see or hear anyone. Let's check inside.
Okay. Bella, where you at? What the fuck? Bella! Door's open. What in tarnation? Bella, search.
Who opened the door? Hello? Anyone home?
Uh-oh, she found something. Hold on. Turn the dang lights off. Okay, I'm scared. I'm so scared right now. What'd you find, baby girl? Let's open it up. Hello, who's in there? You have a right to remain silent. I have a right to keep my panties. Hello? I don't have a flashlight, chat. Oh my god. Oh my god. I know you called me at the worst possible time. I was literally pooping my pants playing a scary game. Bu akşam dur bu akşam ben bir hold on. 1 second. Wait, hold on. Bu akşam ben bir wait. My computer's going crazy. Chat, I know I was muted. I was talking to my mom. A phone call right as the game got scary. Very interesting. She just called to be like, you have to turn the game off. It's crazy. She was like, it's an emergency that requires your full attention. Yeah, that's right. She said, don't play this game. Are you going to Disney tomorrow? Yes, we are. Oogie Boogie Bash, baby. I'm going to be streaming it too. Oogie Boogie Bash. Literally so scared he called his mom. I really don't want to go in here. I'm not gonna lie to you, chat. I don't want to go in here at all. God, I'm such a fucking coward. It's just like, is there even a necessity? I feel like this house is fine. I feel like they figured it out probably before I got there. They kept the door open. This is a real Uvalde situation right now. I should go back and call for backup. Bro, what do you mean? I don't even have a gun. What do you mean qualified immunity? I don't have a gun. I have a dog. Time to go back to the car and play Pokemon Go. I heard there's a really rare Pokemon here. There's a gym around this area. Yeah, I got one job, is to get home at the end of the shift. Dude, it's fucking scary, chat. Fuck, okay. Oh. Okay. Bella, search. Fuck were you barking at earlier? Can you close the doors? Oh, you can.
Someone definitely climbed through here and broke in forcefully. Maybe I could find more clues.
Dude, what the fuck? Okay, we got a 1047 here. I'm gonna need some backup, probably some tactical extraction. That's right, I'm at 22 Maryland Maple Street. Sorry, that's Maryland, Alberta, Paris, Los Angeles, and England Street. That's right. We got a bloody hand here on the window. Real 1047-89 situation. That's right. This guy's a freaking nerd. All these goddamn books. This one's just called Theory. Just called Theory. Some of y'all nerds need to read that, okay? This book right here. Time to Die? That's a weird book. Whispers from the Dark. Time to Die by Ben Omar. This guy really likes Time to Die. He's got 2 of them. Who the fuck puts books backwards like this? Temple of the Chosen. Another Time to Die. Battle until death. Bad omen. Weekly news. Painter moves in.
In
Wait,
this
what?
house lives a family of 3. Jolie, Jack, and their daughter Annabelle.
Why would they have a literal newspaper be like, Painter moves into a new house? What kind of newspaper writes that as an article? Painter moves in new home. Whole family's very happy. The family, which includes Jolie's husband Jack and their daughter Annabelle, arrived at their dream of a simpler life in a picturesque corner of a sprawling forest. The Smith family, led by acclaimed painter Jolie Smith, has embarked on a journey into the heart of nature. Their new residence, Maple Street 22nd, has become not only a home, but a canvas upon which Jolie intends to paint his masterpiece inspired. They doxed him? They doxed him on the front page of Weekly News? Fucking chill, man. They were like, hey guys, if anyone of you want to check this out, there's a fucking painter living down the street from you. And apparently that's the only story. New convenience store opening. Left local residents in rage. Okay, these guys don't know how to read or write. Talented painter Jolie inspired her family to move into the heart of a nature. Heart of a nature? Who wrote this? Bro, there ain't no way this is her fuck ass painting, bro. Look at this. That's her painting? Is this AI generated? He's stalling? No, I'm not. Bro, these paintings are ass. Like, look at this. Look at these paintings, dog. Where's your gun? I don't have any. I don't have a gun. What do I say to Bella? Bella, come. I'm so scared. Well, what the fuck is this room, bro? On God. What does this do? What? Why is the mirror covered? Oh, Clear Tooth. Love that brand. Great brand. Where the fuck's my... Where's my dog? Bella, come. Bella, come. Follow. Bella, follow. Bella, follow. Bella, follow. Where the fuck is this dog? Oh! Oh my God, you fucking asshole. You scared the shit out of me. It's locked. I need a dang key. Okay, this part of the house is scary. What the fuck? Is that it?
What the fuck was that?
What the fuck? Bella, what the fuck was that? Okay, we've played enough, I think, today. It don't even pause the game when you pause it? What the hell's going on with this? Bitch, the shots fired. Call for backup. Bella, call for backup. Bitch, call for backup. Officer. Okay, I'm scared. But I do gotta go. That's not even a joke. I'm not ending it because I'm scared, chat. Wait, what? What's happening? Whoa. Chill. My mom is here. My mom is here. That's why I gotta go. Otherwise, you know me, I'd be playing still. But yeah, my mom is here. Sorry. Oh, she's going crazy. Anyway, chat, love you guys. Anne çıkar şey dışarı arkaya bir çıkar da işesin önce. Alright. Love you guys. R.I.P. to Bella. She dead now. I'm gonna hang out with my mom. And we'll see you tomorrow. We're gonna do the podcast tomorrow. And then after that, we're gonna do the Oogie Boogie Bash tomorrow. Very exciting stuff. Love you all and see you tomorrow, all right? Peace.
Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box. Uncle Uger's face. Sudden discord at your prop. Great names take embrace. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, Anne at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reading live stream fail comments, Austin show chat advice, and all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in online. JCS react, Lord frame gets broken, cover blown. A full-blown mass pandemic, monster streaming at your home. Total radicalization coming out to find. The system you were taught to trust in was broken the whole time. All these daily streams, whether big or whether small, have helped me and so many find